At 1, with the latest for Nottinghamshire, I'm Harry Stevens. The Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood, says dark forces are running amok in the UK following an attack on a synagogue in Manchester in which 2 people were killed. Ms Mahmood says she's very worried about the state of community relations.
The Greater Manchester MP, Lucy Powell, who is standing to be Labour's deputy leader, says anti-Semitism is on the rise.
People have been targeted at schools, at care homes, and the rise of anti-Semitism and Jewish hate has been palpable, and it has caused deep anxiety and fear. And we've got to be clear with people that you cannot hold the Jewish community accountable for the actions of a foreign government.
Well, police will be given more powers to restrict protests by allowing officers to consider the cumulative impact of repeated demonstrations. The Home Secretary says Jewish people feel threatened by frequent pro-Palestine marches. The Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch, says she supports the move, but that the government should have done it sooner. At least 5 people have been killed in Russian missile and drone strikes on Ukraine. Poland scrambled fighter jets to protect its airspace during attacks on the city of Lviv in western Ukraine, close to their border. Our correspondent Gary O'Donoghue is in Kyiv.
What Russia is doing, apart from these civilian targets, is also particularly targeting Ukraine's energy infrastructure. Of course, it's now autumn, we're heading towards winter. That could be a key strategic decision. And in return, Ukraine is also targeting Russian oil refineries.
Israel says 900,000 people have been displaced from Gaza City as its military continues to launch strikes on the territory. Hamas says it's eager to reach an agreement to end the war, but that it wants further discussions on a deal proposed by the US. The Israeli Prime Minister says he hopes to announce the release of all remaining hostages in Gaza in the coming days. Motorists heading into Derby tomorrow morning are being reminded the roadworks at Five Lamps are entering their second phase. A one-way system will be introduced as the outbound leg of Duffield Road and the inbound leg of Kettleston Road will be closed for the next 9 weeks. The chairman of an Amber Valley Football Club is asking for donations of outgrown football boots. AFC Mackworth and the Mackworth Estate Community Association have come up with the Boot Exchange, where it's hoped younger players will be able to swap their too small boots or trainers for some that fit free of charge. Dan Willis is chair of the club and says families with more than one aspiring player are really struggling with the cost of kit.
We hate the idea that children are priced out of football with the cost of living and the rising prices of football boots. You know, all of these top brands, they're not looking out for the children and keeping the costs low. They're just thinking of their margins, really. So for us, it's making sure that there is a platform for everybody to play.
Weather-wise, wind continuing, cloudy this afternoon, but it should stay dry for most of us. Highs of 15 Celsius, 59 Fahrenheit. And that, for now, is the latest.
Nottingham Forest. And Smith Town have won the League Rover Trophy. It's a goal! Andre Adams has got the wicket and Nottinghamshire are county champions. And Carl Frost has retained the world title.
The Nottingham Panthers are Elite League playoff champions.
Mansfield Town are promoted.
Notts County are back in the Football League.
Forest in Europe.
The home of live Nottinghamshire sport. BBC Radio Nottingham.
Good afternoon from the sunny northeast. This is Match Day with David Jackson on BBC Radio Nottingham from St James's Park as Nottingham Forest look again for a first win under Ange Postecoglou, this time against a Newcastle side which has only won once in the Premier League this season but did score 4 in the Champions League this week. With the team news, Colin Fray.
4 changes from the team that was beaten by Midtjylland in midweek. There are also 4 changes, incidentally, from the team that played last week against Sunderland and also lost. So in come, perhaps surprisingly, the headline news: Jair Cunha for a first Premier League start. In fact, for his first Premier League minutes, the young Brazilian comes in on the right side, we would imagine, of what looks like a 3-man back 3, with Nicolo Savona also coming into the side, and we'd expect him to play as a right wing back. Ryan Yates is recalled to the starting lineup. and gets the captain's armband, and Chris Wood comes in up front in place of Igor Jesus. So Matt Sells is in goal. The back three, Jair Cunha, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato. So no Murillo, although he is on the bench. Nicola Savona at right wing back with Nico Williams on the left hand side. In between them, Elliot Anderson and Ryan Yates. Yates coming in for Ibrahim Sangare, who's on the bench. Savona, incidentally, effectively for Callum Hudson-Odoi, who's also on the bench. And then the front three are Dan Ndoye, Morgan Gibbs-White and Chris Wood, who, as I say, comes in for Igor Jesus. Plenty of familiar names amongst the substitutes then. Murillo, Sangare and Hudson-Odoi, as I've mentioned. Nico Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Amari Hutchinson, James McAtee, Dylan Bakwa, and the goalkeeping sub is John. Now, Newcastle won on Wednesday night in the Champions League 4-0 away at Union Saint-Gilloise in Brussels. They're unchanged. Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Dan Burn the back four, Bruno Guimaraes, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield, and Nick Voltemada through the middle up front with Anthony Gordon on one side and Anthony Elanga on the other.
Commentary today, as always, on digital radio. You can hear it on 103.8 and 95.5 FM as well, and also you'll be able to hear it on your smart speaker today because it's on BBC Sound, so you can listen through your phone or however you want to listen today. Also this afternoon, it's Aston Villa against Burnley, Everton take on Crystal Palace, and it's winless Wolves against Brighton, all before Brentford v Manchester City at 4:30. And in the Championship, Ipswich are 2-1 up over Norwich at half-time. Before kick-off here, we'll assess what's going wrong for Forest at the moment, and Ange Postecoglou will tell you why he continues to be optimistic about the long term. Beautiful sunny day here in Newcastle. A bit of a chill in the air, but you might expect that at this time of year. And a great view out onto a lovely looking pitch. No sign of any of the Forest players out there just yet. Brian Laws is alongside us for commentary on BBC Radio Nottingham today. Brian, first of all, we need to get talking about the team that Ange Postecoglou has picked, because there's a couple that will particularly raise eyebrows, none more so than Jair Cunha, 20 years of age, only played 45 minutes of football so far. That was the second half at Swansea, in which they conceded 3 goals. This is a big call, isn't it, to put him into a back three today away at Newcastle?
Absolutely. I think it's it is a bit of a gamble. I've got to be honest. I think throwing a youngster in at this stage, particularly in a stadium of this magnitude, and the support that they have behind them, the noise, and it could be a freeze moment, or it could be, well, a relish moment. We're not sure what we're going to get with that, but it is a bit of a gamble. And the stakes are high today. There's no question about it. There's been too much going on for us not to actually say the stakes are high.
Yeah, and a big call in midfield as well. We'll get into the stakes potentially of today in a moment, but there feels like a big call in midfield. Sangare had, for me, his best game for Forest in midweek, and some great incisive passing forward passes into the attack, which led to a couple of the goals that were disallowed for Forest. He's left out, and Yates gets put in. What do you make of that? Yeah,
I mean, obviously Yates is a more robust player, I would think. Where his heart is. It's firmly in the city, in the team. Homegrown. I think there's all that ingredients that maybe Ange might be trying to get himself involved with, and the fact that the team needs some spirit. He will certainly give that in abundance. Not just as working on his own, but he's a communicator, an encourager. He's one that will probably be needed in a game of this magnitude. I don't see it as a shock, although I have to say I do agree. I think Sangare is probably one of his better games. Some of his passing range and incisive passing into Woods' feet, for instance, on a couple of occasions were excellent. Yeah. It's the best I've seen him. However, there is moments in his game where sometimes I think he needs a bit of a rocket up him sometimes, just to say, come on, I need a bit more. But Yatesy, for me, I don't
You never have to do that with Yates.
No. The rocket's already there. The rocket's already there.
Absolutely. Right, more from Brian Laws to come. Kick off at 2 o'clock today, of course, as Brian alluded to there. Today's match does have a big feel, largely because of what happened on Thursday night, of course, in the Europa League. It started with so much hope, excitement about a first home European match for nearly 30 years, but by 10 o'clock there were boos and calls for Ange Postecoglou to be sacked after Forest conceded that late third goal against Midtjylland.
It's Dario Osorio charging forward, and he's laid it forward towards Biscoff, who rolls it in from the edge of the penalty area, and it's 3-1 to Midtjylland. And listen to this. This is the Forest fans towards Ange Postecoglou. The Forest fans' patience appears to have snapped.
I'm thinking, well, where's your ideas, mate? You know, what are you doing? You've just got no idea.
Gutted, disappointed, fuming. We don't feel like he's invested in us as a club. We don't feel any affinity to him whatsoever, and he's not getting any reaction out of the players.
How we have gone from the heights of last year to this, fans arguing amongst themselves. I love the owner, Marinakis, for what he's done to the club, but this is firmly on him. If you're going to replace Nuno, fair enough, replace him. But then, if you're spending 180 million on players, go and get a quality manager. There were 2 managers there that we could have gone and got, but this guy, I feel sorry for. This is another McLaren. This is another Alex McLeish. I'll be amazed if he sees the Chelsea game. The fans have just had enough, already.
There's elements of football there, and I think there's some really attacking play that we've not been used to before. But I don't know. Bring back Nuno.
Angel. Sack him in the morning.
Rubbish stuff. That wasn't very good, was it?
Obviously, players don't want to play for him. The system just don't seem to be working. They don't look like they've got a clue what they're doing.
It was embarrassing, and it's heartbreaking. I think it just takes a little bit of time. I think the squad is fairly new in many ways.
Get him out! Get that Aussie out!
And I think we just gotta keep with him personally.
Get him out!
And just do the right things.
That's the worst I've seen them play this season. I think the worst defensively, and now we're blunted in attack as well. I don't understand the tactics. Nobody wanted Postecoglou in the first place. Nuno, in my opinion, created his exit by publicly criticising twice the owner, so he knew how that was going to end.
In the morning.
But Postecoglou isn't the answer. Who thought that the man that nearly got Tottenham relegated last season, only because the 3 promoted clubs were so bad, who thought that he was the right answer for Forest is not.
Just some of the supporters leaving the City ground on Thursday night and voicing their opinion. It seems utterly extraordinary, Colin Frey, that Ange Postecoglou was only appointed in the last international break, and before we've even headed into another one less than a month later, that this can even be a serious conversation. But here we are, no win in 6 games, and it seems like the manager's under pressure.
I mean, I don't think there's any doubt he is under pressure. The problem is, for Ange Postecoglou, or for anybody who was going to come into this Forest side, they needed to hit the ground running. They needed wins quickly, because they needed to persuade supporters largely, but players as well, that their way is the right way. And I think that's the fact that they haven't got any wins, the fact that if you add in as well the bigger picture of this season that should have been really exciting for Forest fans, has been one thing after another, really, on a negative side, even from before the season started. It's viewed really as a bit of a self-implosion. Now, the way to have recovered from that quickly was to get some wins quickly under a new manager, and unfortunately Ange Postecoglou hasn't been able to deliver that yet, hence the fans' anger. Completely understandable, given what an even keel the club looked to be on until sort of June-July time, certainly from the outside anyway, that you can understand the fans' anger. And I mean, the only thing that's going to sort it is wins. And I'd say wins plural, because even if Ange Postecoglou was to win today here, and therefore you would assume that nothing would then happen during the international break and he'd be in charge for the Chelsea game, is it going to be any different if they start losing to Chelsea? I think he needs wins plural to start to be able to win those supporters around.
And seeing Evangelos Marinakis in the crowd that night and thinking that he was looking around and seeing the fans not only calling for Ange Postecoglou's head, which a few games in and hearing it so vocally, you're getting sacked in the morning at your own manager, is extraordinary in itself. Hearing them then chant for Nuno's name, you wonder what kind of impact that could have on him and any decision he might want to make.
Well, he's not one that will like to lose face, I'm sure, and it will be seen as a little bit of losing face. It will have to be an admission that it was the wrong decision if there is to be an early move against Ange Postecoglou. But on the other side of the coin, Evangelos Marinakis doesn't like to be seen as the bad guy. He likes to have been right in the eyes of the supporters, and so therefore, if the supporters are kind of blaming him for the decisions to A, sack Nuno, and B, appoint Ange Postecoglou, then I think that will be the overriding emotion, the avoidance of trying to look like the bad guy in their eyes, rather than the loss of face with perhaps making a wrong decision. And for many people at this stage, who knows what might happen this afternoon. But for many people at this stage, I think that the quick, clean break is probably seen as the best way forward. But Ange Postecoglou and the players may prove that wrong by turning up this afternoon, playing well, and going on from there. I do have a bit of sympathy for Ange Postecoglou, given the way he came into the job, given the fact he had 4 away games first up, and given the fact that in 2 or 3 of the games that he's played so far, they've done enough to win. I wouldn't say that in the last couple. I mean, against Sunderland, probably with that Chris Wood chance at the end, should have got a draw. But they created bagfuls of chances against Swansea and should have won. They created bagfuls of chances against Burnley and should have won, and they created bagfuls of chances against Real Betis and should have won. And even if they win 1 or 2 of those, I think it's a different feeling around the place, and it's a different conversation. So there's a bit of sympathy with him there, because he can't put the ball in the net, and his team are getting into the positions to score the goals and just not scoring the goals. Obviously, defensively, there's issues, because they're so far off looking like they can keep a clean sheet at the moment. That needs a lot of work. But in terms of the forward play, they're creating chances to win games, they're not taking them. So a little bit of sympathy on that front. But he needs a win. Forest need a win.
All right, we'll speak to Brian Laws about it in just a moment. First of all, let's hear from Ange Postecoglou. Colin went to see him this week and asked him how he'll now go about trying to turn Forest's dismal run of results around.
You just got to front up, and face what you're facing. There's no point hiding or shying away from the challenge that's in front of us. We're obviously in a tough period, and when you're in tough periods, you got to really be strong and stay true to sort of what you believe. And we had a really disappointing night last night. We've done our review, we've given the feedback to the players, and now our focus has got to be squarely on Sunday.
Has it surprised you how hard it's been? I mean, there's obviously the mitigating circumstances of coming into a new squad, loads of games. I mean, to put it into context, I think your first full training session ahead of Arsenal was 3 weeks ago today. So much seems to have happened. With those mitigating factors and no pre-season and all that sort of stuff. But has it still been a bit more difficult than you expected?
Difficult in terms of results, not in terms of the way the players have adapted to sort of what we're trying to do. I thought, if anything, it would be the opposite, that maybe got a couple of results, but there wouldn't be as much evidence of us sort of changing the way we're playing. So obviously that, the positive result is what's eluded us up until this point, and ultimately that's the side of the ledger you don't want to be on. If probably in terms of the mood around the place, if we'd won a couple of games and probably hadn't played as well as we did, then maybe the mood would be different, but the football challenge would be greater. I just feel we're really close to changing that. So that's where my sort of focus lies.
Is it fair to say that for any head coach or manager going in, the sooner they get a win, the better, in terms of having the players believe in the system, if you like?
Sometimes, but I also think that it's what you do in the difficult times that counts more, because when things are going well, everyone sort of, it's rainbows and sunshine, but it's when the going gets tough that your beliefs get tested, your unity gets tested. What's more strong and more compelling is if you can get through that period, that's what gives you then the kind of real belief for long-term stuff. Winning just to ease pressure or change perceptions that doesn't last. Eventually you get caught up in that. So for me, it's how you deal with the inevitable tough period that will come, whether it's at the start, in the middle. At some point, a tough period will come. How you deal with that is much more important than sort of trying to alleviate any sort of pressure.
And you were mentioning in the press conference that you've had tough spells like this before and been able to come through them. So I guess those experiences are useful in these kind of times.
Absolutely, yeah. And, that's what I sort of fall back on to, like I said, to walk into the training ground today and show everyone that it's tough, but it's not permanent. We're very close, like everything else. You've just got to chip away till you get to the point where things turn. So, it's really important. I can draw on my experiences, and because of my experiences, I want to transmit that to the players, the staff, anyone else who may be in this moment is kind of looking for a way out. There certainly is one, and I've done it often enough to know which way we need to go.
What would you say to those who are saying that you need a win? There's already talk. I mean, like I say, with 3 weeks after your first training session, there's already talk potentially about your future even here. What would you say to those who say you've got to go to Newcastle and win on Sunday, for instance?
Well, I mean, I think you need to win every week. I don't, if people think, a win is going to change me or who I am or the way I feel, then, I've never wedded myself to that. I think at every club I've been, I've gone through really tough times. I enjoy those tough times bizarrely because I know that once we get out the other side, there's good things that happen, but you need to go. It's necessary. We need to win on Sunday, not because it eases any pressure on me, but because hopefully it turns our fortunes around that we get to become the team that we want to. Because as I said, every tough time I've been through, the story's ended pretty well. That's what I want to do here.
Ange Postecoglou talking to Colin Fray this week. Brian Lawsey said the other night after the game on BBC Radio Nottingham, I'm a big boy, I can take it, I've been through these sort of times before, but I mean, it's so early on in a spell when he's trying to win over supporters, when he's trying to convince players that the changes he's making will have a long-term benefit, but they're not seeing any short-term benefits and getting any wins. That's got to be a hard sell, hasn't it?
Oh, it's a massive. I mean, it's the selling point of anything going forward is what a winning formula, and players buy into it. They buy into winning, and they'll apply whatever you want them to apply if it's a winning formula. If it week in, week out doesn't gain you a win, this becomes less belief, and then they'll start thinking about, well, and I'm sure everybody in Nottingham have been saying the same. Look, the wheel wasn't broken.
Yeah.
Let's not go away from that. So why are you dismantling it in the first place? Now I understand that, Nuno played in a certain way, and he was happy to allow the opposition to have more possession, and it was a low block, and we counter-attack, but we counter-attack with venom and purpose and precision that would gain us points in games, because keeping clean sheets gives you an opportunity to score one and win, but
they needed to score 3 at the minute.
But if you are, for whatever reason, the owner Marinakis has decided to part ways, and he wants a more attacking side. Therefore, he's gone down the avenue of appointing Ange. Then, because that's his style, so you are actually now trying to employ that style onto a team that's been playing a different way. In the season, we're talking about no pre-season, straight in it. So transitionally, I do see elements of Ange's style coming out. I actually think we have created more chances, and you're right, we haven't finished them, but in creating the chances, we've left ourselves wide open.
That's the problem, isn't it? Even if you can see an attack, and the first half at Betis is a perfect example, you can see what the end goal is for Ange Postecoglou. But if in the short term, they conceded 13 goals in 6 games, there's more than 2 a game, and they're soft goals.
Yeah, I've got to say that half of the goals that we've conceded so far this season have been avoidable.
Yeah.
And avoidable by what I mean by is organisation, the basics. We aren't doing the basics right. From set plays, we're not doing the basics right. We're not defending it well. You know, and I'll look at some of the goals that, you know, they're not manufactured out of some brilliantness from the opposition where you've gone, wow, that's a great set play. The basics, you know, that we've been dealing with week in, week out previously, and yet somehow, for instance, the Sunderland, okay, they give a free kick against the, you know, it shouldn't have been a free kick in any way, but it was just a simple lob over the far side, and when you're defending that, Sunderland players trying to block one of your players, you don't get blocked. You don't accept that. You move them, you shift them, and allowing a player just the freedom to run around the back. That is schoolboy stuff from my point of view. And the same with it, you know, we concede early, you know, from a free kick out wide, and a simple ball going in. First header was contact was made, but generally the first contact that's made is not normally a goal. It's the second phase. Switch on, be ready. And you know, I didn't think we were ready. We looked flat, and they're the bits that concern me. And we're playing against a Newcastle side that they thrive on set plays. Let me tell you. You know, Eddie Howe. I've known Eddie for a long time, and matched up with him many times, whether from Bournemouth all the way through his career. And we used to do so much homework on his teams, because he had so many varieties of set plays that his teams were so well organised at set plays, particularly attacking. And it was a little change here, there, that would catch you out. And we had to almost cover 20 of his set plays to make sure, be aware of that. You know, because he is, you know, he's very determined in thinking this is an opportunity for him to score goals. And you've got 2 players in their team, 6'6". What are you going to do with them?
Yeah, get balls in. Baltimore and Dan Burn if we can get up. All right, Brian Laws, thank you for the moment. 1:27. Well, another man to watch out for Forest today is Newcastle winger Anthony Elanga, formerly of Forest, of course. Here's his boss now at Newcastle, Eddie Howe.
Whenever he's played this season, I think he's had a number of big contributions. I think if you look back through all the games, he's had a number of moments that could have dictated the game. Very good crosser of the ball, whether that's early or whether that's, you know, working towards the byline. I think he's a productive player, certainly playing with good confidence and good rhythm. And like I've said many times with other players, it's about getting to know your teammates around you. It's so important with how we play, the relationship side, and I think with each game he'll get better in that respect.
Well, Eddie Howe was also asked again about Elliot Anderson this week, sold by Newcastle to Forest, of course, to help them comply with PSR, and it's something which clearly continues to frustrate the Newcastle boss. Yeah,
I wouldn't say it's on my mind every day, but there's certain reminders and certain moments that still didn't sit right with me then, doesn't sit right with me today, and that we as a football club were forced to make a decision that we didn't want to make. And a player that had given everything to rise through the ranks here and to try and play for Newcastle, that was sort of ended by financial restrictions. So, but it's happened, and you know, as I said, we wish Elliot nothing but success. It's nothing at all to do with him. It's to do with the restrictions we were under.
That's Eddie Howe on Match Day from BBC Radio Nottingham. Matthew Racebeck's here from BBC Radio Newcastle. It's interesting, isn't it? Eddie Howe, every time they're about to play Forest, he gets asked numerous questions about Elliot Anderson and seems very happy to talk about them. But I do wonder if his form, not just for Forest, but for England particularly in the last window as well, has been a big talking point up here.
It has, and it probably just reminds the Newcastle fans of what they lost last summer, and it was a really difficult deal for the club to do. But as Eddie Howe has explained, it was sell Elliot Anderson for probably less than he was worth then, and that value has increased significantly since, or be hit with a points deduction. And if they'd had a points deduction last season, then they may well not be playing Champions League football now. They also had to sell Yankuba Minte to Brighton last summer, and they got through by the skin of their teeth when it came to PSR and complying with the regulations. From a football point of view, they wanted Elliot Anderson here, but what he's had at Nottingham Forest that he didn't get at Newcastle really, and that was largely because of having other good players in midfield, but also he had an injury for 4 or 5 months of his final season here, his regular football in one position. So he's got that at Nottingham Forest. Newcastle couldn't offer him that, and even right now with Bruno, Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield, they probably still couldn't offer it to him. Maybe that will change in the future if they try to go back in for him.
What about a man who's gone in the opposite direction then? Anthony Elanga played very well in Belgium in midweek in the Champions League, but generally, how's he fitting in?
Well, he's electric, extreme pace. Sometimes the end ball isn't quite there. Newcastle in attack are in transition in terms of individuals and personnel, with Alexander Isak now at Liverpool eventually. Very controversial and still a bit of a sore subject here. Callum Wilson left as well and went to West Ham. They haven't seen Johan Wissa because of injury, so Nick Voltemada's playing. We think Elanga could be perfect for him, because if he can get out, use the pace and deliver, Voltemada at 6'6", 6'7", gets on the end of it. What we've seen from Elanga is definitely a willingness and a good attitude. He seems to have a smile on his face all the time. The fans have taken to him. The numbers aren't quite there in terms of goals and assists, but he won a penalty in Belgium in the Champions League and got man of the match. So he is improving, and I think Eddie Howe and his staff will want to work with him because they see that there's room for more development.
It's interesting you talk about that transition, and obviously the Isak saga over the summer is going to be a big reason for that, but only one league win so far this season, and that a narrow victory over Wolves here. It feels like that might not tell the whole story. You've had some incredibly difficult fixtures in the early part of this season, so are they better than that would suggest?
Yes, I think in the first month, if Alexander Isak hadn't been on strike and had been playing, they would have won the first 3 games. That was what was missing, a centre forward. They were playing Anthony Gordon out of position, and it just wasn't right, it wasn't working. Now they've got Voltemada in, they're waiting for Wissa to get fit, so they're learning about new players. I think the incoming transfer business they did was good, but obviously the summer was dominated by the Isak saga, which affected them on the pitch and also the club generally off it. Anthony Gordon's been suspended as well, but is now playing, scored a couple of penalties the other night. Him coming back is key. The back four is good, it's pretty settled. They've got Malik Chow playing at centre-back, a new player. Nick Pope's been in excellent form. This midfield 3 complement each other brilliantly. They are excellent. It's that front 3 where the change has been, and they've struggled to score goals. They're the lowest Premier League scorers, and that's not like Eddie Howe's Newcastle. They're normally really good to watch, really attacking, loads of goals. But 4 in Belgium the other night. Hopefully they can take that into the Premier League. And finally, Voltemada up front. Look, he's big, but he's very good on the floor. But if they get it into goal-scoring areas, we've seen already twice against Wolves and against Arsenal that, yeah, he's pretty good at towering headers as well. They like what they've seen from him. Their record signing at £69 million, and on the early evidence, it's going to be a good investment.
Matthew Racebeck from BBC Radio Newcastle, thank you very much indeed. We'll recap the team news next.
Uniform from 7-2 requesting backup immediately.
On BBC iPlayer.
Smashy, smashy, breaky, breaky. I think it's called forced entry.
Eat, sleep, police, repeat.
The Guineas are a cancer. When they take over a town, they get everywhere.
We have an imminent, incredible threat.
The BAFTA award-winning drama returns.
It's going in, you need to get them out.
What?
Extract. Go, go, go!
What was that? It's illegal. You're very sexy when you're angry. Just gorgeous altogether.
The new series Off Blue Lights.
How's life?
I have a feeling it's about to get a lot more complicated.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
1:33 match day with David Jackson here. Newcastle Forest on the way from 2 o'clock with the team news. Here's Colin Fray.
4 changes from the team that was beaten by Midtjylland on Thursday night for Forest. They include a Premier League debut for Jair Cunha. The 20-year-old Brazilian comes in for Murillo at the back. Murillo, though, is fit enough to at least be amongst the substitutes. So Jair Cunha is in for Murillo. Nicolo Savona will play as one of the wing-backs with Nico Williams on the other side. He's effectively into the side for Callum Hudson-Odoi. Ryan Yates comes in for Ibrahim Sangare in midfield, and up front Chris Wood in for Igor Jesus. Those 4 who miss out from the starting lineup all on the bench. So Matt Sells is in goal. It's a back 3 of Jair Cunha, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato, with Nicolo Savona and Nico Williams the wing-backs. Then in between them, Elliot Anderson returning to St James's Park, and Ryan Yates, who's the captain, And then in the forward positions, Morgan Gibbs-White and Dan Ndoye supporting another former Newcastle man, Chris Wood. The bench in full: Murillo, Sangare, Hudson-Odoi and Jesus, joined by Nico Dominguez, Omari Hutchinson, James McAtee, Dylan Bakwa and the goalkeeper John. Newcastle unchanged from the team that won 4-0 away in the Champions League in Belgium in midweek.
Commentary on the way then from 2 o'clock, 103.8, 95.5 FM, digital radio and on BBC Sound. So you will be able to hear this on your smart speaker. You'll hear Morgan Gibbs-White's views on the rotation policy before kick-off and more from Ange Postecoglou as well. Forest have scored 3 goals in each of their last 2 visits here to St James's Park. We'll look at last year's unsuccessful trip in a moment. But first, the somewhat happier Boxing Day match here in 2023, which was all about Chris Wood.
Almiron, as he tries to square it, gives it away to Montiel, and now Forest try and break with Sangare finding Gibbs-White. Trippier tried to trip Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White still goes on towards the edge of the box, rolls it into Elanga, tight to the 6-yard box, squares it back, and Chris Wood taps in. Wood scores for Forest. What a break that was! Superb break, one end of the field to the other, and Forest are level just before half-time. Elanga up to halfway, helps it on towards Wood. He's caught late, but Wood, left edge of the penalty area, gets on the end of it, beats one, chips in. Yes! Oh, what a finish! What a goal from Chris Wood! That's brilliant from the Forest striker. The former Newcastle man gets his second of the afternoon and puts Forest in front. Great run from Elanga, fantastic ball from Elanga in behind the defenders, and Wood with an awful lot to do. Tight angle, left edge of the penalty area, beat his man, and then had to look up and chip it beyond Dubravka, who was trying to close down the angle at his near post. But Wood found the far post. Lovely little delicate chipped finish from Chris Wood from the angle, and Forest are 2-1 ahead at Newcastle. Murillo chips it forward and Chris Wood is on his own down the inside left channel. Wood on a hat-trick, sidesteps Dubravka and thumps it in. It's 3-1. The flag stays down and Chris Wood's got a hat-trick. Murillo with a peach of a ball down the inside left channel, and Chris Wood was all on his own. He was given the freedom of Newcastle and said thank you very much, I'll take that. Thumps it home from the inside left channel. It's a Chris Wood hat-trick on his return to St James's Park, and Forest are 3-1 ahead after an hour's play.
Boxing Day 2023, a game that really kick-started Nuno's time as head coach. How Ange Postecoglou could do with something similar today. Well, last season Forest were somewhat swept aside by Newcastle in a crazy first half, but fought back with late goals and in the end narrowly lost 4-3.
Here we go. Hudson-Odoi has picked the pocket of Murphy and shoots from a long...
Yes! There you go.
Low into the corner. Hudson-Odoi takes it off Jacob Murphy in Newcastle territory, ran centrally, and from about 5 yards outside the penalty area just looked up and measured his shot. It curled away from Nick Pope low into the bottom corner, and 6 minutes in with their first real attack, Forest are in front. Murphy beaten in the tackle by Hudson-Odoi, who did everything himself, went on, looked up and put it low into the corner. Fabulous goal from Callum Hudson-Odoi, back in the starting lineup, his 4th goal of the season, and Forest in front at St James's Park 6 minutes in. And Willock forward into Isak inside left channel, who shoots. 4! Forest are falling to pieces here. 4-1 Newcastle, and they've now scored 4 in 12 minutes. Anderson, right-footed corner, near post. Elanga got the flick, it comes to Wood, back post.
Yes!
Milenkovic,
yes!
Back heels it in, and Forest have a goal back. It's Nikola Milenkovic who scores 18 minutes into the second half. Anderson's corner, Elanga's flick on at the near post. Wood recycled it beyond the back post, sent it back into the 6-yard box, and Nikola Milenkovic was there. Elanga sends Hudson-Odoi away and takes the corner near post, and that flicks out towards Gibbs-White. Hits the shot, and then it's tucked in off the rebound by Ryan Yates. Forest have scored again as we approach the 90-minute mark. It was shuffled towards goal by Gibbs-White. It was deflected out straight to Yates, and from close range Ryan Yates has bundled home Forest's third goal, and as he does so, the fourth official holds up only 3 minutes of added time. That is all there's going to be at the end for Forest to try and now find an equaliser.
Match day on BBC Radio Nottingham. David Jackson here. More from Brian Laws and Colin Fray before kick-off. You'll hear from Ange Postecoglou as well, as Ange Postecoglou makes changes again for the game here today. 4 of them this time. Speaking before the midweek game against Midtjylland, Morgan Gibbs-White had this to say about the Reds boss's rotation policy.
We were going to be playing Thursday, Sunday and enough every single week, and obviously depending on how far we get into the competition, but we could be playing that throughout the whole season, which is what as a team we want to do. And I feel like you have to accept that there's going to be rotation. We're going to need every single player in the team, whether that's starting or whether that's coming off the bench, because the gaffer's made a real clear point that the people that are coming on off the bench need to make an impact and they have to try and win us games. And I think it's just basically down to how many games are coming up, and it's going to be difficult, but it's something that we've asked for. It's something that we want, and like I said, we can't let this opportunity get ahead of us.
Morgan Gibbs-White. Now the history to Ange Postecoglou's rotation policy really dates back to his time at Spurs, because he feels that he played players too many games, they picked up injuries, and then was bringing players in who hadn't played for ages, and then they ended up picking injuries and didn't have the level of form that they wanted to. So Brian Laws, this feels like another thing with Ange Postecoglou that's long term a good plan. You can see why he's got it in mind long term, but he's got to be careful, hasn't he, of how much he uses at the moment, because it's difficult for the players, for the team to gather any momentum when, even when they show promise, for instance like they did in the first half against Betis, and then there's 5 changes to the team for the weekend, then it's difficult for those players in the short term to really kind of build up momentum.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're used to, I suppose, from last season's point of view, it was a settled side, wasn't it? That's why you got results week in, week out, and players prefer that. You know, when if your team's winning, you're staying in the team, you know what's happening. It's quite easy to pick it, and I'm sure we found it very easy to name the team before we even seen the squad, and we'll be very rarely that will be out by 1 or 2. But now we've gone into Europe, it does add a different layer. And we've seen many times where new teams formed that they've gone into Europe for the first time in a long time. They have found it very difficult because it's that rotational thing that they've all thought that with the only way forward is to do that, to use the whole squad. That's why you've got a squad for. It's not necessarily what your first 11 is what you finish with at the end of it. That matters, you know, what ends the game, you know, to win the game. And I think it's it's difficult one to get your head round as a player, but one that I think it's been talked about and said, look, this is what's going to happen, and it's relatively been accepted by the players. I haven't seen anybody sulking about it, but as you say, it does, if you're not picking up points, it doesn't formulate any kind of confidence in it either, does it?
I guess what he's also got this season, which was perhaps different to last season, was that he's got more players who would expect to be in that first team. Players who've been signed for 25, 30, 35 million pounds, who would be expecting to be in that team. And if they found themselves out for 3, 4, 5, 6 games in a row, then you may start to then have grumblings behind the scenes. So he's got to try and manage that, hasn't he? Whereas Nuno probably didn't have that last season. The players who were on the bench kind of knew their position, understood their position, because the first 11 were winning, and so that's fine.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the transition is we've gone out and bought first team players.
Yeah.
But we can't fit them all in. And it's a headache. You know, I've been there. It's a headache. You know, you're trying to keep and appease people, to, you know, keep them bubbly and be feeling part of the actual process, and to be part of the process you want some game time. And so the only way he you know, Ange has learned from his Tottenham days that if you continually keep playing the same ones, you're going to break them. And I'm afraid that, you know, the modern game is, you know, that's what happens, and that's why he wants to implement the changes and squad rotation. But it hasn't shone brightly at this moment in time because it's not got no consistency with it. We've got nothing to build off it because we're not getting the results. And all of a sudden, does he panic and start thinking, do you know what? I'll have to just go and revert back to get some wins. You know, because what's more important at this moment in time is not so much rotational, because you might not be here to finish the rotational. You've got to get wins under your belt. That's the modern day now that we live in. You know, I cannot believe that we're actually discussing and talking about a manager of his ilk to even warrant talking about losing his job and you're getting sacked in the morning. What is all that about? I hate it. You know, but that's the modern society we live in. It gives him a freedom of voice, which obviously hits the main people that are making decisions. That's in the owner, and he doesn't like it. It's just, it doesn't sit with me really with that. I'm suppose on the manager's side of things, of that side, because you need time. If you want to make change, you need time. Unfortunately, time's not one of the main factors in this decision, is it?
No, let's hear from him actually, Ange Postecoglou, before kick-off, starting with his views on the latest England call-up for midfielders Morgan Gibbs-White and Elliot Anderson.
Yeah, really good. I think, like I said, it is important. Every time it's a year out from a World Cup, I think players know how important it is. You're in and around the squad. Elliot did so well in the last England camp, and he's been great to work with. Look, both for him and Morgan, the one thing I will say about him there, it's not for the want of trying that we haven't won games of football, because they're giving everything they can, and maybe part of it is just them sort of easing the burden on themselves a little bit and sort of allowing their teammates to help them and getting us across the line. But delighted for both of them. I think Igor Jesus has been called up as well for the Brazilian team, which is great. So I think always international football is really important to guys, and pleased for all there.
And while we're talking about Elliot Anderson, big day for him, obviously, a Geordie through and through, and was at Newcastle from the age of 8. So big day for him, but a big day generally for the club. Big game.
Yeah, it is a big game. Newcastle away is always an occasion for sure. The crowd get behind them, and it's a great atmosphere. And they're with Eddie now for a few years. They've been pretty settled, so they've got a core group of players there that have got a good understanding. So great challenge for us, but also a great opportunity. If we're looking for something to sort of turn our fortunes around, getting a result that up there would be would definitely be a positive step.
And is that one of the keys to getting out of a slump, if you like, if you want to call it that, to see these games not as daunting but as opportunities?
Yeah, I think so. And again, I guess the manner in which you do it, I always feel is important too, because I get everyone saying just get a win, but if you get a kind of scratchy, lucky win, then is that going to be convincing for me? No, it's not. If we can get a win though, playing like we have in the last 4 or 5 games, playing the same kind of football, but being better in key moments and win the game, then absolutely, I think that changes things very quickly.
I think a scratchy, lucky win would go down very nicely today with Forest here away at Newcastle. Colin Frey, no doubt Ange Postecoglou needs a win, that's obvious, but I wonder to what extent does he need a win today?
I mean, I think it's, given what happened with the supporters the other night, I kind of think it's difficult to see him still being there if they've not won today or got a result today. I mean, I think you've got to be realistic about it. I don't think you can suddenly say we expect you to go to win at Newcastle. I think a reasonable expectation today would be to play well, defend tightly, and come away with a point. I think if you'd done that under normal circumstances, if none of it had happened and Nuno was still here and Forest did that today, I think you'd say, okay, that's a good result. And I think you've got to judge what happens today on that basis. I think you've got to be fair. You can't just expect to say, well, unless you go there and win 3-0, you're going to lose your job. You've got to be realistic, I think. But I just think the veracity of the fans the other night, that was raw anger towards Ange Postecoglou, and that's difficult for him, even on a personal level, I think. And I know he fronts it out very well and says, I'm a big boy, I can handle it. I know that. But it must do on the inside. And I go back to what I said a little bit earlier in the programme. If they whatever happens here today, if they start to lose against Chelsea, is there anything to say it's not going to happen again? Will Forest fans be happy with a win here? I think, as I asked that question, I meant it hypothetically, but I think actually some of them would be, because I think there are some that are still with Ange. They can see signs. So if Forest were to improve here and still produce some of that attacking football, but be a little bit more sound defensively and improve, then maybe he can start to win people over without winning a game. Whether he can win a hierarchy over, I think that's probably a different question.
There wouldn't be so much speculation about his future, would there, if there wasn't an international break coming up? It feels like this is almost like a point where they've got this game, and then you think, well, there's 2 weeks there. It feels almost like a break, and this was when it changed last time.
It's become a thing, hasn't it, in football? And the fact that there are 3 of them early every season is not a good thing for managers, I think. It's not good for the longevity of managers, because I think, and you can understand why it happens, because obviously it gives hierarchies of football clubs, talking generally now, not just about Forest, but it gives them a time to make that change, to give a new manager a couple of days to sort of get himself settled, if you like, probably with half the squad still away, and so you can understand why it happens. But from a manager's point of view, anywhere across the top 2 divisions, probably anywhere across Europe, it must be an absolute nightmare to have these 2-week breaks coming up once a month for the first 3 months of the season, when if you're not going well, there's always going to be speculation. So I agree with you. I think it might not be happening. If they were at another Europa League game away from home on Thursday night, for instance, I would imagine it wouldn't quite be quite as intense, the speculation. But this is what we're faced with. It is a 2-week break, and therefore there will be speculation.
Brian Laws, I wonder what it's like from a manager's point of view, because Ange Postecoglou keeps saying about, fans are entitled to an opinion, but I can take it, it's fine, and not really thinking about that, and his mind is on a higher plane, if you like. He's thinking about the long term and how the players are taking on his style and all that kind of thing. But when he's surely got to try and also balance that with the need for a short-term result, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Listen, we can, as managers, and we're all we can wear a mask, and we do call it a mask. For whatever you feel inside, you're always you're not going to show that feeling to the outside, because that shows that it's affecting you. So and just saying all the right things, but let me tell you, it's affecting him. Of course it is. He's human, and his feelings will be hurt. There's no question about it. When you hear that from your own fans, that hurts. No question about it. So, how do you stop all this nonsense? Because, like I said, it's the society we live in now. How can you actually do that to a manager within, 5 games? How can you do that in his first part of his tenure when he's trying to invade? You've got to look deeper at this now. I think you've got to look deeper and say, hang on a minute. If your owner has done the due diligence that he should have done, and which he will have done, then he believes in all his might that he believes Ange is the right person to take the club forward. Then it should be. It's a bit like the transfer window. I actually think that once you've got your manager in place, there's a window of opportunity that you've got for transfers with sales. I think it should be exactly the same, where the manager is there until the next transfer window, and it would maybe help stop all of this anger, and let's stick with him and try and help him through it if there is some difficult times.
There's a lot of people been pointing at other managers who've started poorly. Iraola, for instance, at Bournemouth, where only picked up a few points at the start, and trying to adopt a big change in his system, and it's then worked a lot longer term. We're talking long term, about being 10 games in, and for Forest only being 6 games in. So is that a sign, when you look at someone like Bournemouth, where you go, a bit of patience beyond a month could actually pay benefit?
Yeah, I think there is patience, but unfortunately, the patience is very thin on the ground, isn't it? Because we've had such a good season last year, and to see where we are now,
it's that contrast. Isn't
it's
it?
That contrast.
Yeah.
Had we have been, mediocre last year, and we're transitioning again this year to hopefully at the long term be better. But the fact is, the bar was set really high. I just think sometimes, when the wheel's not broken, and I know you want to implement things, but maybe implement them slower. Maybe if Ange just say, I'm sticking with what was, because we started the season with that. Let's stick with it, and I'll slowly implement little fragments of change that hopefully come the end of the season, you'll see that Ange.
Well, we'll see if there's some change on display here at a noisy St James's Park. Huge flags out at each end here. The Forest fans away to our left in the upper tier are looking down at huge amounts of black and white flags being waved. The atmosphere, as always here at St James's Park, is lively and noisy. You're about to hear the whole Premier League match live on BBC Radio Nottingham. Newcastle against Forest is on the way, remember, on BBC Sound, so on your smart speaker, as well as 103.8, 95.5 FM and digital radio. Your commentary team, the former Reds defender Brian Laws and Colin Fray.
Here's Anderson breaking forward.
Oh,
and he fires it in from just outside the penalty area. Elliot Anderson scores a first Forest goal. Chris Wood, Trent End, runs up now, right foot, low into the corner. Another hat-trick for Chris Wood. Into the bottom corner from the edge of the penalty area. Wouldn't you just know it? It's the Forest captain, Ryan Yates. In it comes, and header by Milenkovic is in. Nikola Milenkovic scores his first Forest goal. Hudson-Odoi cutting in onto his right foot. Yes! It's in from Callum Hudson-Odoi. It's a wonderful, wonderful break.
Nottingham Forest on BBC Radio Nottingham, the home of live Nottinghamshire sport.
Well, as always, fabulous atmosphere at St James's Park. That's one thing that's never in doubt. That's a huge banner that David Jackson was referring to a moment ago, away at the Lees' end, away to our left-hand side, being run across from right to left as we look at it towards this near side. It covers almost all of the lower tier of that massive Lees' stand to our left as the players break away. Forest go towards that end as local hero comes on the loudspeaker system, and way up in the gods on, I think from memory from previous seasons, level 7 I think is where the Forest fans have to get to, away at that Lees' end, away to the left hand side. A massive stand, and they're right up in the gods. Very high vantage point behind that goal, but a very good following despite Forest's recent woes to support the men in red this afternoon. Forest red shirts, white shorts and red socks. Newcastle, of course, black and white stripes, black shorts and socks, and among their number, just down in front of us, getting his final instructions, Anthony Elanga. The £55 million signing, well 52 initially, from Forest this summer. Forest themselves showing 4 changes in their side that lost in the Europa League on Thursday night. Out go Murillo, Hudson-Odoi, Sangare and Jesus, all on the bench. In come Jair Cunha, Nicolo Savona, Ryan Yates and Chris Wood. Back 3 in front of Matt Sells is Jair, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato. Nicolo Savona, the right wing back, Nico Williams on the left, Elliot Anderson and Ryan Yates, the captain, in the middle of the park, and then Morgan Gibbs-White and Dan Ndoye supporting Chris Wood up front. The bench, Murillo, Ibrahim Sangare, Callum Hudson-Odoi, Nico Dominguez, Igor Jesus, Amari Hutchinson, James McAtee, Dylan Bakwa, and the goalkeeper is John. The referee today is Peter Banks from Merseyside. Chris Kavanagh is on VAR, and Rob Jones is the fourth official down in between the two technical areas, where Eddie Howe stands at the moment, but no sign of Ange Postecoglou. He must have gone and taken a seat in the dugout. Judging by where the TV camera's pointing, I suspect that's exactly what he's done. As Forest are about to get us underway. Ryan Yates is going to kick us off. Forest playing towards the Gallagher end in the first half, away to our right-hand side.
From the BBC Sounds app, on your smart speaker.
Once again. Yates to get us underway. I'll give you the Newcastle side as soon as I get a moment, but it is unchanged from the team that won 4-0 in the Champions League against Union Saint-Gilloise in midweek. Yates kicks us off in nice sunshine, autumnal feel. Still plenty of wind outside the stadium, but not so much inside, as Forest work it down the left-hand side where Dan Ndoye has started, and he wins his side a throw, only about 25 yards up from the Newcastle byline. Gibbs White more right-hand side. I suspect that they'll both kind of tuck in the system Forest are playing, because the width will be provided, you would think, by the wing-backs. And the ball is played back into Forest's own half. Newcastle on a high press, closing down Jair Cunha, and then Savona, who clears to halfway, and it's collected by Botman for Newcastle, and then Malik Chow into the feet early of Bruno, tried to help it on first time. Bruno Guimaraes cleared by Nico Williams and out for a throw. Newcastle have Nick Pope in goal. Back four from right to left of Kieran Trippier, Malik Chow, Sven Botman and Dan Burn. Midfield three of Bruno Guimaraes, the captain, Sandro Tonali and Joe Linton. And then Nick Voltemade through the middle, the 6'6" German. And he's flanked by two Anthonys, Gordon and Elanga. So like Nico Williams felt he was clipped as he tried to play a 1-2 on the far side. There's Ange Postecoglou out towards the edge of the technical area now. A little shake of the head, because I think he thought that Nico Williams was clipped as well. And the ball is with Bruno Guimaraes finding Anthony.
Some people, because even in the final stage, if all the stages goes on 15%.
Back to halfway for Chow, and he gives it to Anthony Elanga. Elanga's ball across the edge of the penalty area is cleared by Milenkovic, but straight to Trippier. Bruno Guimaraes for Tonali, for Elanga again. Milenkovic wins the next challenge too. Then Dan Ndoye gets a foot in. He's going back towards his own corner flag as he gives it to Nico Williams, under pressure from Voltemade, but turns nicely and clears onto the head of Wood. Wood gets up and wins the header, and then Yates goes down. Again, Forest and Ange Postecoglou thinking that he was fouled. I'm not sure he was this time, as Jair gets a good challenge in on Joe Linton. And now Gibbs White turns away from Anthony Gordon and feeds it to Dan Ndoye just inside his own half. Drops it back for Morata with the early ball down the left-hand side, looking for Nico Williams, who brings it down. Elanga's backtracked. Williams tries to roll it infield to Ndoye, who then challenges Elanga as he won the ball. Anderson swaps passes with Yates, and then Yates rolls it back to halfway for Milenkovic. Now Anderson again. Number 8 on his back, same as the age at which he joined Newcastle United. And he rolls it back to Morata. Then Yates on the turn, gives it Anderson again. Anderson driving through the Newcastle half and turns it wide right for Savona. Down the line he plays it to Gibbs White, tries the early cross on the turn. Botman is in the way. And now Forest have to work back as Anthony Gordon threatens to go on the counter. He's rolled it out into the middle of the Newcastle half for Bruno Guimaraes, who gives it to Trippier. Trippier down the right-hand side, already halfway inside the Forest half. Cuts infield slightly, ball into the penalty area, looking for Voltemade, but can't find him. And it's collected by Matt Sells. 3.5 minutes gone. Let's get a word from Brian Laws. It's been quite the start. Not heard from you yet, Brian?
Well, I'm just taking in.
You get a word in edgeways.
Yeah, I couldn't get a word in edgeways from you, Colin. Anyway, but yes, it's been a reasonably good start. Although I can understand Andrew's disappointed with a couple of decisions already that Peter Banks has not really given. I think there's a couple of strong challenges that really should have got a free kick for. But maybe is that an opening from the referee to say he's going to not let the game just be stop-start all the time?
Here's Savona down the right-hand side after some strong work from Ndoye. Rolled backwards now to Yates. And Yates just tucks it back to halfway again for Milenkovic. And now Morato, 12 yards or so inside the Newcastle half. Now Williams out in the bright sunshine, now into the shade from the Gallowgate end, away down the left wing. Fires over the cross, looks too close to Nick Pope, and it is. And Pope makes a comfortable catch. Yeah, but a positive start from Forest.
I think it's been a really positive one. You know, the crowd are feverish, as you well know here, and Newcastle they sort of started the game really in a half a gear at the moment. They're just trying to sort of match up with Forest really. There's not been a lot going on either end of the halves, but I think it's important that Forest try and just get their footing in the game as quickly as possible.
There's Dan Burn for Newcastle, left-hand side on the halfway line. And now into Tonali, who lays it off for the German, Malik Chow. Now Elanga, 10 yards inside the Forest half, infield to Bruno Guimaraes, gives it back to Elanga, good tackle by Morato, but that's going to hurt. That's hurt both of them, it might have been a bit knee to knee.
I'm surprised again.
I think Ange Postecoglou's furious that a free kick wasn't given against Elanga.
I think it's a foul. I actually think it's a foul. Elanga's pushed the ball too far and he's clashed right in. I think it's Milenkovic who's gone down. No, it's Morato who's gone down. And I think it's one of them where it's just clashed into his knee. And normally he would get a free kick, but that's 3 now. That Pierbanks is not actually given. Does that suggest that he's going to let the game flow, or try to let the game flow? But he's got to remember, if that's not a booking or if that's not a free kick, he's got to let a lot go.
It's not in the 70th minute either.
No.
It's going to be a Newcastle throw, and the referee is just telling Anthony Elanga that he needs to throw it back to Forest, which he has done. Morato's okay, decides to not let it run for a goal kick and instead turn and chip it forward towards Wood. He's managed to find Nico Williams despite being under pressure from Chow. Ball is back now with Sells, tight to his goal line, under pressure from Voltemada. Laid it off for Jair Cunha. Now Savona for Cunha again, who sees his clearance blocked by Anthony Gordon, and it goes out for a throw. Newcastle almost furiously quick in closing Forest down deep inside their own half. Forest managing to do enough to get a throw. Savona down the line towards Gibbs-White, gives it back to the Italian, who clips it up to halfway, asking a lot of Dan Ndoye to get there though ahead of Chow. And now here's Trippier down the Newcastle right. Forward into Forest territory he goes. 0-0 the score, 7 minutes played. No scares at either end so far. Tonali for Newcastle. Infield. And then back to Chow. Now Botman, the other centre half for Dan Burn, playing at left back today. Anthony Gordon flicks it infield towards Joel Linton. They played a neat 1-2. And now here's Gordon again, out to the right hand side for Trippier. Trippier down the line for Elanga, who's got away from Nico Williams and crosses deep off a deflection for a corner as he was closed down by Morato.
Yeah, that's what you get from Elanga, don't you? You get the pace that you can get round the back of your defence. On that occasion he's got around it, but Milenkovic was out there very quickly to block it, but he obviously given a corner. This is the area that we've been concerned with in terms of how they defended set plays. This will be the first test of the afternoon.
Kieran Trippier from the right hand side, 8 minutes played, 0-0 at St James's. He's drilled this deep towards the back post. Chua wins the header and cleared away by Milenkovic. And Dan Ndoye battling for it, and Jair gets a boot to the ball to clear towards halfway, but it's Newcastle who have it back again. Botman for Joel Linton, a lot of space for him, 10 yards or so all around him as he runs into the Forest half. Now Bruno Guimaraes to the left hand side for Anthony Gordon. Gordon trapped by Savona for Joel Linton, who finds Byrne, who tries to give it back to Joel Linton, and across gets Milenkovic to turn it away for a throw to Newcastle, which is about level with the edge of the Forest penalty area. Byrne to take.
Dan Byrne with a long throw. You think Dan Burn could throw it and probably get on the end of it.
Hurls it in from the left-hand side, Dan Burn. Almost reaches the penalty spot, and off a couple of ricochets, it falls for Gibbs White, who, as he's trying to turn, was fouled by Sven Botman. And now Yates has gone down inside the penalty area. I wonder if it was one of those ricochets that I mentioned. I wonder if it was close range into
I think he's
face
caught,
or neck area.
Yeah, I think he's caught. Again, Dan Burn, really high, looping, long throw that landed right in the centre of the 6-yard box. And there's Yates there being pushed, as you said, by Voldemar. And I think he's been pushing it or squeezing it on his neck. Again, it's a little bit of a mismatch in terms of player height, but you've got to deal with it.
Anderson strokes this back to Matt Sells, who clears under pressure. Gibbs White tried to get there ahead of Botman, but then lost it to Byrne. And here come Newcastle again with Anthony Gordon on his right foot, cutting in. Lays it across to the right now for Trippier. Low ball, and Joe Linton, first time side foot hit, is straight at the goalkeeper. And Sells is able to make the save. It's the first effort on goal for either side. It comes 10 minutes in, it remains 0-0.
Yeah, it was a nice little square pass from Trippier, and Joe Linton's hit the first time with his left foot, but straight at Sells. Thankfully, Sells handled it well, but it's the first shot in anger.
Here is Sells clearing again under pressure from Voltemade. Botman nods it down and away from Gibbs White on halfway. Joe Linton turns it round the corner. Well won by Jair Cunha. Gets it back again now from Savona, the 20-year-old Brazilian. Jair Cunha, first Premier League minutes today. Plays this into Gibbs White in the middle of his own half. He gets help from Elliot Anderson, who's away from a couple, with a lovely little sway of the shoulders and the hips. And still going into Newcastle territory. Faced now by Sandro Tonali, so he goes backwards to Morato, having made up a lot of ground for Forest. Gets it back again and feeds it into Ndoye's feet. And now here's Williams well forward, giving it to Ndoye left wing. Dan Ndoye turns it back for Williams. Williams gets it onto his right foot to whip over a cross, but Byrne heads it away easily from Gibbs White. Voltemade can't keep hold of it. Forest have it back again with Milenkovic. He finds Nico Williams down the left. Williams into Ndoye's feet, turns it back for Morato. Morato chips it forward inside left. Gibbs White tries to chest it down to Ndoye, knocked away by Botman to Tonali. Tonali then leaves it for Trippier, who gets a bit lucky. Trippier, he gave it away to Anderson, who couldn't then control it, and it's out for a throw on the far side for Newcastle, their right. 12 gone, 0-0. Forest win it back again with Milenkovic straight from the throw. Anderson turns nicely, wriggling away from challenges, and tucks it back to halfway for Morato, who knocks it square to Cunha, 10 yards inside his own half. Cunha for Milenkovic. Now Anderson again, turns away from Bruno Guimaraes, plays a ball round the corner to Gibbs White. Gibbs White for Yates, who moves it quickly right hand side for Savona. Savona nutmegs Dan Byrne, and he's got some space to run into down the right hand side. Can he deliver the cross? It's headed away to the edge of the box from towards Ndoye, and then Tonali gets a foot in. Ball is allowed to bounce on the edge of the box, and Savona is judged to have pushed Byrne, and it'll be a free kick for Newcastle on the edge of their own penalty area. It remains 0-0. Nice little bit of footwork from Nicolo Savona down the right hand side.
Yeah, he was. I think you're seeing Dan Byrne, he's just nicked it through his legs. Dan Byrne couldn't really get away from him, so he ended up Savona taking it all away, but his main cross from his right foot just a little bit under hit.
Anthony Gordon for Anthony Elanga, both the wingers on the left hand side at the moment. Elanga rolls it into Gordon. They played a 1-2 around Jair Cunha, and his cross Elanga is kneed away, I think it was, by Morato, and then Cunha stops that, going for a corner, I think. Well, I mean, that's crazy officiating, because the assistant referee couldn't see it, so he didn't put his flag up. The referee had no idea. They looked at each other for 10 seconds or so.
He's guessing,
and had a complete guess as corner. Well, surely if you don't know in that instance, you go throw.
If you're not certain, you don't give it. If you're not certain, and Banks was looking at his assistant over the far side, and He's obviously not got anything indicated. No, he didn't put his flag up at all.
And if he doesn't put his flag up, then surely it's not a corner. There's an issue now with one of the assistants on this near side who's lost contact with his earpiece or something. So Rob Jones, the fourth official, is helping him out, and we all have to stop while they wait for that. I can't believe they've given a corner for that. I mean, what you would say is with Dan Burn there, a throw near the corner flag is virtually a corner anyway, so it might not have been much difference, but it just seems a really odd decision to give. Here's the corner from Trippier, back post, headed across the face of goal, and at the back post, Joe Linton tried to head it in. Good save from Matt Sells. And Forest at the end of it end up with a goal kick after Sells made a very good save at his near post.
Again, it's that set play freedom again. First man header against Newcastle United, isn't it? That's the thing that concerns you, is they're getting to the ball first, and that's the second corner they've had. So it's definitely going to be a threat and a problem for Forest going forward.
Yeah, so that's first contact and second contact from that corner, which sees Joe Linton have the second, and another good save from Sells. And now Forest have it 10 yards inside their own half. It remains 0-0 as Bruno Guimaraes, I think, just catches Elliot Anderson a little bit. The referee again has waved play on.
He's been very lenient, hasn't he? Like I said, I hope if it's the same in the first 5 minutes, it's got to be the same in the 90th.
Dan and Doy is then fouled. Referee tried to let play go on. He was fouled by Trippier, and this one the referee has given. And a Forest free kick on halfway, with 16 minutes played. Anderson takes, rolls it backwards to Milenkovic, and then gets it back. And now it's with Jair Cunha, who's put under pressure, and the ball spins off Anthony Gordon back towards the edge of the penalty area. Good turn though from Jair Cunha away from Voltemada, and a clearance which is well picked up under pressure by Dan and Doy. Good control, rolls it to his right for Gibbs White, 10 yards inside the Newcastle half, holds things up and plays a 1-2 with Anderson, but it's a bit short, and Joe Linton nips in and then for some reason tries to shoot from 10 yards inside the Forest penalty area.
Yeah, I think Joe Linton, he got his head up and seeing Sells was off his line. I think he was trying to do that, trying to get over his head, but
it's just hit it all along the floor.
Yeah, he obviously misjudged that and mishit it as well. But again, it's that just little sloppy bit of passing there between Gibbs White and Anderson. Anderson's played him a little 1-2, but Gibbs White really didn't want the ball, and that's where Joe Linton nicked it. I thought he would had the audacity to try and chip Sells, knowing he was off the line, but failed miserably.
Milenkovic, Morato wins it well, and now Anderson strides forward, and he's still going towards the edge of the penalty area, and he's clipped, and that is a free kick.
Great run from
Anderson.
Anderson.
Couple of yards outside the box.
Great run from Anderson. Jigged in with 2 or 3 Newcastle players. He's been probably one of our most consistent players. Him and Williams, I think they've both been the most consistent players so far this season. They've kept the levels really high and the standards really high. And Anderson again showing why England have chosen him and put him in the squad. He is so good with his feet.
Chris Wood seems to be not too happy with him just at the moment, Elliot Anderson. Maybe he was I'd need to see the move again, but maybe Chris Wood was in a more open position perhaps, and he wanted a pass from Elliot Anderson. But as it is, Anderson continued his run towards the edge of the box, and it's a free kick, which is only a couple of yards outside the penalty area. It might only be 1 yard outside, and it's just 2 or 3 to the left of the D.
But when you look, Colin, when you look where Gibbs White's taken, if he's going to take let's say a right foot over the wall, he has got 3 players there over 6'4".
Yeah,
that's a hell of a big wall.
Yeah. Botman, Byrne, Voltemade.
And to get it up and over that distance when you're on the edge of the box, that's near impossible. It can happen, but it has to be some skill set.
19 minutes played. Free kick then for Forest just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Now what's happening here? Bruno Guimaraes has gone down on one knee at the moment. He's in behind his three massive man central wall, but just on one knee. And Morgan Gibbs-White stands over the free kick. And Morgan Gibbs-White chips it, and Nick Pope has to punch it away. It's on target from Gibbs-White. Savona tucks it backwards for Jaya Cunha, and he sends it back to halfway for Milenkovic. Milenkovic chips it away towards the left-hand side. He's looking for Williams. He chests it down towards Ndoye, who's just caught Bruno Guimaraes inside the Newcastle penalty area, and it'll be a free kick for Newcastle. 20 minutes played. Forest with an effort on target. He's done well to get it over or through or round the wall or whatever he did.
Yeah, he's gone down the side of the wall,
just where the keeper.
Yeah, just where Yates was, and Yates moved out the way, but it was straight at the keeper. So the keeper really had his wall set up really nicely. Forced Gibbs-White really down the central area. But again, you've got to try and get to the wide areas to give any chance of scoring a goal against Pope.
0-0 it remains. 20 minutes played in the sunshine at St James's. And a throw to Newcastle on the far side there, right, as they play right to left in this first half. Elanga challenged, and it goes out for another Newcastle throw. Kieran Trippier preparing to take. Throws it backwards towards Malik Chow, German international, signed this summer, nearly 35 million from AC Milan, and he's alongside the £32 million man Sven Botman, who's been here at Newcastle for 3 years or so now, and plays this into the feet of Tonali on the turn, but lost control of it, and now Jair Cunha has it. He's in a right wing position at the moment, and he's played a poor pass in towards Chris Wood. And Newcastle able to collect, but they go back towards their goalkeeper Nick Pope, enabling Jair Cunha to get back into position. Milenkovic gets his head to it, goes backwards. Morato then gets his head to it and heads it coolly to his left for Nico Williams, who finds Anderson, sends it back for Milenkovic, and Milenkovic all the way back to Sells. Again under pressure from Voltemade. Sells has clipped it away right hand side. Gibbs-White controls on his chest, and then plays a lovely 1-2 with Ryan Yates and gets Gibbs-White away into the penalty area. Early ball in, back post, and Chris Wood couldn't control it, and Newcastle able to clear. Wonderful football, lovely 1-2 between Gibbs-White and Yates. Gibbs-White controlling the clearance from Matt Sells on his chest, and then before it had hit the ground, he just stabbed it infield to Yates, who first time sent it back into the path of Gibbs-White down the right hand side. Early ball in, picked out Wood, but just behind a defender, and I think probably Wood didn't have much sight of it and therefore couldn't control it. But here's Joe Linton coming the other way for Newcastle, gives it to Anthony Gordon. Gordon taking on Nicolo Savona down the left hand side and fires over the cross, and it's headed away at the near post by Milenkovic. Byrne then pushes Gibbs-White, and Forest get a free kick, which is halfway inside their own half. Some promising moments here for Forest last 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes, it was. Gibbs-White played a lovely little 1-2 round the corner, down the side, and then he nipped into the box. I wasn't sure whether he was going to run into the box and maybe get a shot away, but he chose to play it across the 6-yard box early. It's went past it or through the legs of a Newcastle defender, and I think Chris Woods just was not ready for that, and he ended up really ricocheting off his knees.
I think Trippier had just made the run in front of Wood, hadn't he?
Yeah.
And then I think that just took all of Wood's vision away, and so when it came to him, it was really quick. Didn't have much time to react.
But they're getting the numbers in the box as well. I think that's what's been impressive so far. Whenever Forest have got forward or got into the last third, I've seen at least 3 to 4 shirts going into the 18-yard box.
It's the voice of Brian Laws on BBC Radio Nottingham, as this is headed on by Wood towards Gibbs-White, but blocked by Botman, and so Newcastle have it again halfway inside the Forest half. Right hand side, it's played for Elanga up against Williams. Elanga rolls it back along the line, and then Yates is in the way of Trippier, but it goes out for a throw, which Trippier takes quickly. Elanga trying to get a 1-2 going with Bruno Guimaraes, but well read by Williams, and then Wood holds on to it strongly and is fouled by Botman. Now it's Newcastle's turn to be angry. And
Peter Banks has gone from not giving free kicks to giving
everything.
What's going on here? You know, I don't mind if you're going to stick with it all the way through, but if you are saying that's a foul, we've had 6 other fouls in front of that.
Yeah, lasted about 10 minutes, didn't it? The not giving fouls idea. And back it goes for Matt Sells, all in yellow. Away to our left. Long clearance. Joe Linton's headed this backwards, and Dan and Doy trying to get ahead of Malik Chow. Chow just knocks it away from him towards the corner flag, and then completes the clearance down the line to Trippier. And he has to stretch to get that back from Tonali, and was that handled by Williams? I think it was. And it's a free kick for Newcastle halfway inside their own half.
Yeah, it's a clear handball that. If he was in goal, it would have been a decent one. Unfortunately, he wasn't in goal.
Burn towards Anthony Gordon, who's being tracked by Savona deep into his own half, but then turns and gets back up to halfway. Forest had plenty back. It's a good wall of red. And then a foot in from Gibbs White, nicks it away from Gordon, and Savona backwards for Jaya Cunha, sends it all the way back to Sells, and Sells has rather sliced this clearance, gone right up in the air. Savona underneath it, so too Bruno Guimaraes, and it is allowed to bounce out of play. Byrne takes the throw quickly in towards Voltemada. Right old wrestling match going on between Voltemada and Milenkovic.
It's been a good contest so far, and I have to say Milenkovic has been the better of the two. It's been a good contest. Voltemada.
Newcastle have worked it out the other way this time, down the right. Elanga for Trippier, midway inside Forest territory, infield to Bruno, who gives it now to Elanga on the overlap. Elanga's cross rips through the Forest penalty area and comes all the way out the other side, and Gibbs White gets it under control, and then nutmegs Dan Byrne, and cross gets Joe Linton, and just cleans him out. He's cleaned him out. He's nowhere near the ball, Joe Linton. And then Anderson does well to win it back. Oh, and then Joe Linton's had a hack at him as well.
That's got to be a yellow card. That's reckless.
That's 2 from Joel Linton in the space of a few seconds, and he's really lucky to get away with the first one. And now it's absolutely clattered into Elliot Anderson.
That's got to be a yellow card. Any day of the week, that's a yellow card.
I'll bet, except on a Sunday is the phrase that comes in here. Yeah.
There you go. And you wonder why fans get annoyed, managers get annoyed, players get annoyed. If you lack consistency, we're okay from the referee's point of view if you are consistent from start to finish, and if you want to let the game flow and you're going to the niggly fouls, fine. But when it goes beyond that, there's got to be a reprimand, there's got to be a yellow card.
Oh, what a ball that is from Anderson to Gibbs White down the right hand side. Early ball in then from Gibbs White is knocked away by Chow. Well won back by Yates. Gives it back to Gibbs White just outside the Newcastle penalty area. Right hand side now for Savona. Savona holds it up, gives it back to Gibbs White. Gordon comes from the blind side to try and win it back, but they've played a 1-2 down the right hand side again, and it's just over hit for Gibbs White. And it's out for a goal kick, which Newcastle have got on with quickly. They're getting some success, Forest, last few minutes.
Especially down this right hand side where, no disrespect, Dan Byrne's not a left back, and he can get exposed from that little quick movement.
And the Newcastle fans are starting to get a little bit restless. 28 minutes in, it's 0-0 on BBC Radio Nottingham's match day. As down goes, well, first Bruno Guimaraes and then Sandro Tonali. It was Guimaraes who was fouled by Anderson. And they've worked the free kick short. Voltemada turns it right hand side now for Trippier, and then Elanga. Elanga down the right with Trippier in support. Nico Williams gets the challenge in, and that's out for a throw, which is only a couple of yards from the corner flag. And over goes Kieran Trippier to take. 16 minutes to go until half-time. Goalless at St James's Park in the Premier League. Forest have given as good as they've got so far. Trippier throws backwards to Elanga, 20-odd yards out. Back wide right for Trippier, and down the line now for Bruno Guimaraes to whip over a cross, headed away well by Jair Cunha. And now here's Sandro Tonali picking it up and gives it to Anthony Gordon, who floats over a cross which is headed away by Morato this time, and Doy gets a touch to it ahead of Elanga and then clears. Elanga got a little piece of that, then Nico Williams headed it on and looked like he was fouled, and he was.
And guess who from?
Aerial challenge, and that is a free kick.
How many more?
Joe Linton again. That's 3 or 4 incidences where sometimes what accumulate to give a player a yellow card. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we should be handing them out like confetti, but
well, he was lucky to get away with the last one.
Yeah. Any next infringement surely has got to be thought. It's a serious thought process here.
He was also lucky to get away with the one just before that, as not even given as a foul. It was a shoulder-to-shoulder thing
on Gibbs White, yeah.
But the ball was nowhere near. So you can't just go around pushing people over with any part of your body on the football pitch if the ball's not near. Forest have it with Elliot Anderson in the middle of the park, just on the edge of the centre circle, and the ball is worked backwards to Cunha, then Yates. Down goes Bruno Guimaraes. I think Yates saw him coming and he turned into him, and there might have been a suggestion here that
he's put his arm out.
He sort of stepped into Bruno Guimaraes. He saw him coming, he was trying to turn to protect the ball, but he put his arm up into Bruno's sort of neck area, if you like.
It may be a yellow card.
I think it's forearm rather than elbow, but it was certainly a little bit high, and Ryan Yates is booked for that.
Yeah, I can see where that's coming from. I think Yates was really he knew he was coming, and he's put his arm out to stop him from moving into his space, but his arm was a bit high. It's caught him across the ear.
I don't think the Forest fans too impressed with Yates' booking, just on the basis that there hasn't been a Newcastle one for, particularly I guess you'd say, Joe Linton so far in the game. Free kick Newcastle on halfway, just into Forest territory. Tonali takes into the penalty area, up gets Milenkovic, wins the header, and then Jair Cunha heads it out. Not too far though. Yeah, Joe Linton's getting booed by the Forest fans. Here's Anthony Gordon, and he's just knocked that straight out of play, thinking Joe Linton had gone on the overlap when he hadn't. Goal kick remains 0-0 here, 32.5 minutes played. Elsewhere, Aston Villa are in front against Burnley. Daniel Marlon has the goal for Aston Villa, and Wolves are leading Brighton, which has gone down as an own goal by Bart Verbruggen, the Brighton goalkeeper. Vitor Pereira, the Wolves manager, has already been sent off in that game, but his side leads 1-0. Here, Forest drawing 0-0 with Newcastle, as Dannon Doy holds off the challenge of Trippier, and Anderson floats this forward down the left, looking for Nico Williams, who's onside, controls it and turns nicely, then back heels to Anderson, into the inside left channel he goes, and Tonali makes the challenge as Anderson was turning. Tonali's then caught by Nico Williams, and immediately protests his innocence, does Nico Williams. It won't help him. He's followed Yates into the notebook very quickly.
It looked like Tonali run into him. Tonali's running into him. Oh, just looking at the replay here.
I mean, I have to say, at full pace.
Well, actually, Nico Williams has pulled out of the challenge, but Tonali has left his leg dangling, so it catches him.
That would explain Nico Williams' reaction.
Yeah, because he definitely withdrew his leg.
Yeah.
So there was no contact from his point of view.
This is clipped forward by Trippier, looking to get Elanga away in behind Forest, but even with his pace, he's not going to keep that in play, and it's out for a goal kick. And 34 minutes have been played. It's interesting, isn't it? There seems to be a little bit of a little bit of talk around football at the moment about some of the bookings that are being given, because of course you can never appeal a booking, but they come with suspensions. And Nico Williams has now got 4 already this season in the Premier League, so one more and he is suspended, but he really shouldn't have got that one.
No, I don't think so. But unfortunately, Peter Banks was not in a great position. He couldn't really see. He just sees Tonali, who looks like he's been taken out, cleanly out.
And
well,
again,
actually, that was.
And you accept that,
Pedology.
You know, that's going to happen sometimes, but I just wonder if they need to, I don't know, have some sort of, maybe there'd be too many, but some sort of appeals process against a yellow, I don't know. Anyway, we've got a little stoppage here because Sandro Tonali has gone down. Forest are going to have a throw when we resume, which is about 10-12 yards inside their own half.
I've got to say, other than a couple of little moments within the game, I think they've handled it quite well, Forest. You know, there doesn't seem to be a nervousness on the team. I think it, you know, so far, you know, it's still a long way to go yet, but I don't get a vibe from the team themselves that they're nervous or they look like they've not won in 6 games. They look like they're
perhaps better drilled today.
Yeah, maybe.
So far?
Yeah, you could call it that. Still, I'm nervous when it was a set play because I still see little mismatches all over the place, and I seen Ndoye marking Chow on the box, and he's not even facing the ball. He's just grabbing him like you know. And they're the kind of things that the officials are trying to stamp out for any misholding. You know, especially if you're not facing the ball, they tend to give penalties for them. So you've got to be very, very careful.
Ryan Yates in long conversation over on this near side with Rob Jones, the 4th official, and pointing towards the area of the pitch where Joel Linton committed those fouls a few minutes ago.
He's probably saying, "Have a word with you, mate."
Yeah. It's going to be Tonali's okay, but he's had some treatment, so he's off the field at the moment. I'd say he's okay. He's a bit ginger on that far side of the field as the ball is sent long down the Forest right, but Nicolo Savona can't keep the ball in play, and it runs out for a goal kick for Newcastle. 8 minutes to go in the first half. It's 0-0. And that sells with a couple of saves to deny Joel Linton, and Nick Pope having to save a Gibbs White free kick. At times the goalkeepers have been called into action so far. Here's Sells drilling a ball towards the right hand side for Gibbs White, who just allowed it to run across his body, and in so doing ran out of room. And it's out for a throw. Taken backwards by Byrne to Botman, and he finds Malik Chow. Chow with a long ball forward, which is straight to Matt Sells. And Forest will accept those all afternoon. Sells picks it up, now drops it at his feet. Anthony Gordon quickly closes him down. He clears up towards Wood, but Chow wins the header against Chris Wood, who's not really been able to get in the game at all. He's not had much service to speak of. He's going to have to try here though. No, he's dropped deep, so Chow is able to win that easily and cushion it back towards Botman, and he gives it all the way back to Pope. Gibbs White closing down Nick Pope, who clears long towards Elanga, met in the air powerfully by Morato, and out it goes for a Newcastle throw on the far side. For his last action for a couple of weeks. They come back for against Chelsea, and then Porto in the Europa League as Savona trips Anthony Gordon.
Yeah, Gordon with his back to him. It was a neat little move, give him the shimmy, turned him onto the right hand side, and Savona was caught wanting there. In the end, took him out for a free kick.
Challenged by Jair Cunha on Bruno Guimaraes, and then Gibbs White keeps the ball in play on halfway. Savona goes backwards for Jair Cunha, and he tucks it back again towards Sells. Sells clears down the middle of the pitch. Botman gets a touch to it, but that only presents it to Chris Wood, just about on the centre spot. Wood turns, lays it slightly to his left and ahead of him for Yates, who keeps it moving left hand side. This is Williams well forward on the overlap. Williams with a low ball in near post, and Tonali slides in to stop it from getting it to Dan Ndoye, and Forest get themselves a corner. Neat football again.
Yeah, it's been good again. They've been composed. They've been neat with the passing as well. Woods has regained possession in that mid-third and then just played a nice little ball out wide to Nico Williams, who's trying to get a cross in. First corner of the game.
And it's Williams who's going to take from the left-hand side, right-footed. Plenty of red shirts in the 6-yard box. In it comes from Nico Williams, punched away by Pope towards Elanga. And Elanga was trying to get away from Nicolo Savona, but just clipped it from one foot onto the other. So it's a Forest throw. Savona takes in towards Gibbs White, tries to lift it over Botman with his head, can't do so. And then Voltemada finds Tonali cleverly by lofting it over the head of Yates. And now Newcastle get moving as Forest hurtle back into their own half. Trippier finds Tonali. And Tonali out wide to the right hand side. This is Bruno Guimaraes with 4 minutes to go until half time. 0-0. Now Anthony Gordon, little ball into Voltemada, well won by Jair Cunha. Now Gordon quickly put under pressure, puts Savona under pressure. He gives it back to Sells. Sells clears, goes out into touch. Byrne takes the throw quickly backwards to halfway for Sven Botman. Botman finds Joel Linton just inside the Forest half, and the Brazilian turns it out to Chow. Now for Trippier, then Elanga, back to Trippier once more, and Chow again, and then Botman for Bruno Guimaraes into Tonali. Well won by Morato. Ball doesn't quite break for Dan Ndoye. It's sent forward again, and Newcastle still have plenty forward. Morato tugging the shirt of Voltemada, but the referee waves play on, and it's forward towards Elanga. Elanga lays it off for Trippier to cross from the right hand side. Sells comes near post and claims, and gets the ball under control.
Yeah, it's a real contest there, isn't it? Up front.
Yeah, Voltemada this time up against Morato. Normally it's been Milenkovic.
They're not letting them any freedom at the moment. They're making sure they're touch tight for sure. I think at the moment Forest have suited with the three central defenders.
Elanga, chance to run against Williams down the right hand side. Williams gets back at him, and Elanga, he did well, Nico Williams, and then the ball is cleared by Morato. Postecoglou looks a little bit forlorn at that clearance though from Morato, because it's just presented Newcastle with the ball back, and after a good spell from Forest, Newcastle just regaining the impetus, albeit 0-0 with a couple of minutes to go until half time. Here's Elanga, 25 yards out, rolls it infield to Bruno Guimaraes. He's turning and shooting, and that's deflected and then headed away by Savona. Chris Wood has knocked it back towards his own penalty area though. It's ended up gone left wing for Newcastle and Anthony Gordon. He's found Bruno Guimaraes. He touches it backwards but beyond Tonali. You can hear the Newcastle fans not happy with that. He's got it again, Bruno Guimaraes, right corner of the Forest penalty area. Feeds it down the line towards Elanga, who crosses, cleared away again by Morato's head. Foot in from Ndoye on the edge of his own penalty area, but Bruno Guimaraes wins it back off him. A little ball into Elanga again. He's laid it off for Yates to clear. And out it goes into touch. Forest just a little bit, not quite desperate, but getting towards that stage at the end of this first half. Is Bruno Guimaraes again, right hand side. Now Trippier infield to Bruno again. Voltemada lays it off towards Anthony Gordon, and Morato has to make the challenge this time on the edge of the box. And out for another Newcastle throw on the right. Elanga takes quickly backwards to Kieran Trippier. Last minute of the first half, 0-0 the score. Down the line again towards...
2 balls on the pitch. I think the referees have to stop it.
So I'll take the throw again.
It's drop ball.
Because they've had to stop it, they won't take the throw again. They'll just have an uncontested drop ball from where Newcastle had it. It's rolled infield towards Joe Linton. And in towards Gordon, who's held up. Voltemada holds it up and feeds it back to Joe Linton. His shot is blocked. Comes out for Tonali to drive from a corner of the penalty area. And Yates and Bruno Guimaraes just have a little bit of a coming together, chest to chest. Nikola Milenkovic wants a piece of Bruno Guimaraes as well. And the ball ended up well wide of the target in the end from the shot from Tonali.
Well, he's asking for the both captains to have a chat now. He's bringing the 2 captains in together. He's getting Yates in.
Yeah, they happen to be the 2 who were chest to chest just a moment ago.
Yeah, Peter Banks is indicating, I want to see the captains. Basically telling him enough's enough.
Most cursory of words.
Yeah, but again, it's a little flurry of attacks from Newcastle, but everybody's trying to do their jobs and they're getting their foot in, keeping compact, and it's really Newcastle desperate shooting at the moment. They're snatching at things, and that for me, that tells me that Forest have been handling it pretty well, and they want to get in at half time, certainly as they stand.
Good header forward from Cunha. Wood goes chasing after it, but Botman is there first to chip it into the middle of his own half, and then Bruno Guimaraes and then Voltemada with nice touches, and forward towards Bruno Guimaraes again, but he's well challenged. And then Jair Cunha whacks it away from the edge of his D. Kieran Trippier goes to retrieve. We're playing 2 minutes of added time, and we are 1 minute into that. And Tonali finds Botman, and he gives it to Chow just inside his own half, down the right hand side now into Forest territory. Trippier rolls it infield for Bruno Guimaraes, now square again for Anthony Gordon, into Bruno Guimaraes again. Joe Linton helps it forward, cleared by Nico Williams. Come back though towards Elanga down the right hand side. Trippier on the overlap, he crosses, appeals for handball against Williams. It goes out for a corner. Williams already booked.
I know, he's got to be very careful. Williams is lunging in. He's gone last ditch tackle. It has hit his hand, there's no question about it, but again it's a natural position of where his hand is. It's slightly above his body when you're sliding in, so therefore he wouldn't be given anything for that
corner. Trippier to take, 2 and a bit minutes into added time, deep towards the back post, headed away by Jair Cunha. Forest get first contact on the corner, and up in the gods, away to our left hand side. There's really good applause from the Forest fans who've made the long trip to the northeast, and they've seen their side defend stoutly and cause Newcastle problems going the other way as well. At the break at St James's Park, Newcastle 0, Forest 0. Couple of saves in the first 15 minutes for Matt Sells to make, both of them from Joe Linton, one straight at him, the other he had to dive away to his right. Close range header from Joe Linton. It was the second header that Newcastle had won after a corner, but that really, after 15 minutes, was the last threat Newcastle had until the last few minutes of the half, where they laid a bit of siege to the Forest penalty area, but at the end of it only had a Tonali shot well wide of the target to show for it. At the other end, Forest have caused 1 or 2 problems, particularly down the right hand side. Gibbs White widest right down the Forest attacking line, taking on Dan Burn, and they've got some success down that right hand side. Gibbs White had a free kick straight at the goalkeeper after 20 minutes, and it was down the right hand side that Forest produced one of their best moments. Gibbs White and Yates combining with a 1-2 to get them away from Burn. Gibbs White's run and low cross in towards Chris Wood, but he saw it late behind Kieran Trippier and couldn't control it. There have been some other good moments down the left hand side as well. Elliot Anderson probing, Nico Williams getting well forward as the wing back down the left hand side. And at the break, Forest a good value certainly for their clean sheet. It's 0-0 at half-time.
Yeah, I think I have to say, I think Ange will be quite happy with that performance in the first half. They're certainly getting a little bit of joy from this right-hand side. Absolutely, I think this Savona and Gibbs White have sort of linked up quite well. And Dan Burn, because he's not sure whether to go to Savona or Gibbs White, he's ended up really in no man's land, and I think that's what they're exploiting, because Anthony Gordon is not tracking back, he's not giving him any support, so he's isolating him and he's getting a 2v1 situation, and that can be exploited a little bit more maybe in the second half if that maintains, and Anthony Gordon doesn't do any tracking back, because I'm sure the manager will be having a few words with him. But it has been positive. They've tried to move the ball quickly. They've tried to get the numbers in the box as well. On a couple of occasions they have had opportunities to cross the ball. I've counted 3-4 red shirts in the edge box. That means that they've got a purpose of wanting to get into the box. The quality of the ball maybe is a little bit lacking, but there's certainly endeavour there. And I think the three at the back look solid. They've dealt with a big guy up front. Milenkovic is basically reined him in, made sure he's touched tight all the time. Moreta and Cunha have dealt with the rest, and I think it's looked okay.
He's done well, hasn't he, Jair Cunha, the 20-year-old Brazilian? First 45 minutes of Premier League football away at Newcastle with all their attacking talent. He's done well.
I think he's doing all right, and I'll tell you why. He's read a couple of little moments where he's used a bit of pace as well. He's got a little bit of pace about him. He looks athletic, and I think he's certainly bedded into the game pretty quickly. He's not showed any signs of nerves, and that's a good sign for us. And like I said, that's the first half. Well done. I'll give you another well done if you continue in that same vein in the second half. But yes, it's been if you're looking as a neutral, it's been a pretty average game, because nothing exciting has happened at either end really. There's been little moments, but we're away from home at the end of the day, and we're probably the more satisfied of the two managers.
Absolutely. Thanks to Brian Laws. More from him in the second half. Forest more than holding their own really here at St James's Park at half time. It is Newcastle 0, Forest 0.
Colin Fray, Brian Laws, thank you. This is Match Day on BBC Radio Nottingham. David Jackson here. We'll relive what happened yesterday to Notts County and Mansfield in Leeds 2-1 in a moment. But first of all, in the Premier League today, a few other games kicking off at the same time. Aston Villa 1-0 up over Burnley. Daniel Marlon with the goal there. Crystal Palace, Daniel Munoz has scored for them away at Everton. They're 1-0 up at half time. As it stands, they'll go second, still unbeaten this season. That will take them above Liverpool, who are out of form at the moment, having lost 3 in a row. And Wolves have had their manager, Vitor Pereira, sent off, but they are beating Brighton by a 1-0. That's gone down as a Bart Verbruggen own goal. We'll look at what happened yesterday in the Premier League, including another defeat to Liverpool in a moment. And as I say, look at a victory for Notts and a draw for Mansfield. All of that on the way in a moment. It's 8 minutes to 3.
1986, a man fearing for his life walks into a church seeking sanctuary.
It's a matter of life and death for me.
There he stays for 2 whole years.
Virage is in danger of a monstrous injustice, and that is what this sanctuary is all about.
The government called him a fraud, and it all kicked off a culture war.
He is a criminal. This is a place of God, and yet they hide a man like that.
There was no doubt whatsoever. Death was all around them.
From In Detail, Sanctuary. Listen first on BBC Sounds.
Match Day.
BBC Radio Nottingham.
So, Mansfield started yesterday in a game away at Reading, starting the day in 12th, and they ended the day in 12th as well. A decent point, though, a 1-1 draw for Nigel Clough's men. You'll hear what Clough made of it in just a moment. First of all, this is the goal that put them 1-0 up early on.
A really scrappy start from both sides. Here's Rhys Oates. Oates getting away from his man and goes round wing. And then we'll fire a ball across the face, and there's Mariah Welsh, and he'll turn it in. And Mansfield Town are in front in the 7th minute. It's Nathan Mariah Welsh coming in from the far side. In fact, it might even be Tyler Roberts with the last touch. And it's Roberts who's got the goal. And Staggs from nowhere with a swift break down the left-hand side. There were a couple of kindly ricochets before the ball fell nicely, and Tyler Roberts, who scored last week, gets his second Mansfield Town goal, just deflecting it from close range past Joel Pereira, and it's Reading 0, Mansfield 1.
Nigel, I would imagine that feels like 2 points dropped.
Yes, we should have got 3 points today. We should have either kept the clean sheet, or we should have gone on and got a second goal in the second half with the situations and chances that we had.
Dream start, lovely work down the left by Rhys Oates, and a lovely finish.
Yeah, there's not many. I said to turn around to Dom Dry on the bench, there's probably only you and him could finish that. To be on the move and just a little deft touch over the goalkeeper, 2 in 2 for him, showed his quality again.
And as somebody once said, 1-0's always a dangerous scoreline.
Oh, definitely, and it's just the quality. That's all it was. Nathan should have done a bit better on the touchline, not gone on, slid in. But then it's a good layoff, and Liam's a bit disappointed. I think it just sneaked through somebody's legs and crept into the corner. But I thought we were pretty comfortable up to that point.
And even then, you looked to be the side. I mean, Dickov added something down the left.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you get the fresh legs on with Joe and Max, and we looked a real threat again. And then if you can just get some quality into the box for Dom, you know he can finish.
Nigel Clough, Mansfield manager, after a 1-1 draw at Reading. As for Notts County, 6 unbeaten now at home, and they've won 5 of those. Yesterday, a convincing 3-1 win over Oldham at Meadow Lane, and actually Martin Patterson's men were 3-0 up in that game.
Jones takes the throw in quickly. Jatta crosses towards the back post. Oh, it's in! Yes. And Notts lead. Alassana Jatta will claim it. It took a deflection, took it up over the goalkeeper and in. After 7 minutes, Notts lead by a goal to 0. Sutton and Jatta tangling with each other. Jatta coming out on top. Oh, lovely footwork. Jatta still going. He goes to ground, but it's a good tackle. Now Hall will try a shot. Yes. That one's in. And Tyrese Hall's got 4 in 4. And Notts double the lead. The ball's up in the air, taken down by Kai Payne. Hall is very quick on him, and he sets Jatta away. He's in behind. He's through Jatta. A tight angle, left-footed. Save. Oh, it's in. It goes through the goalkeeper. And Notts have got a third. And Jatta, but now his trademark celebration goes and sits on the advertising boards with his back to the Kop. Martin must be happy with that. Another win at home.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic response from the group after Crewe. Dare I say the pain that we felt after playing ever so well but getting nothing out of it, which is football. You know, I didn't sleep that night, got up early and thought, right, 2 home games, let's win them. And that doesn't necessarily mean you are, but it's important that the mentality of the group coming Monday morning, we attack these 2 games. I don't care about what cup it is, it's a game at Meadow Lane with a Notts County shirt on, so I'm delighted that we've got 2 home wins.
Yeah, impressive stuff for Notts and Martin Patterson, the Magpies head coach. So in the Premier League yesterday, I mentioned Palace winning today could put them second. That would take them above Liverpool because they lost again yesterday. 3 defeats in a row, starting with a defeat to Palace, of course, away from home. Then they lost at Galatasaray in the Champions League. And then yesterday, a 2-1 defeat at Chelsea. Moses Caicedo putting Chelsea ahead. Cody Gakpo equalised, and then young Estevao scoring 5 minutes into stoppage time. That's normally Liverpool's trick, scoring that late on, but Chelsea winning 2-1. Here's their assistant head coach, Willy Caballero.
We are so happy about the result, about the goal in the last second. We've been doing everything inside the changing room because we deserve. The effort that all the players put inside the pitch today was incredible.
So Arsenal are top at the moment. They won 2-0 yesterday against West Ham. Goals from Declan Rice and then a penalty after half-time from Bukayo Saka. Here's their head coach, Mikel Arteta.
Today was the day to capitalize in what we've done the last 2 months, because we had some very difficult fixtures, some big injuries. On top of that, a lot of players that have managed because they were coming from long-term surgeries as well. And overall, I think with today's win, we are in a really good position.
A 2-0 win as well for Manchester United yesterday. Mason Mount scoring early, Benjamin Sesko just turning a neat cross in to make it 2-0 before half-time, and that was how it finished at Old Trafford. Here's Ruben Amorim.
when we are not playing well, we are defending well. We are being competitive. We are focused on the game. Today was not a perfect performance. We had our moments, but we were competitive and really focused during the game. And we need to win these kind of games with clean sheets.
So Manchester United winning 2-0 victory for Ange Postecoglou's old side Spurs away at Leeds. Matthijs Tel and Mohamed Kudus getting the Spurs goals for Thomas Frank's side.
We needed a win. I think the last 3 games definitely a draw, so that feeling to get over the line to get 3 points I thought was big. But also in the respect for Leeds and Ellen Road, who haven't lost here more than a year.
That is Thomas Frank now in charge of Spurs, of course. This is Match Day on BBC Radio Nottingham. Goalless here at St James's Park between Newcastle and Forest. The second half on the way with Colin Fray and Brian Laws shortly. It's approaching 3 o'clock.
On BBC iPlayer.
Your bathroom is bigger than my entire flat. Someone has to live in a house like this, why not you?
From the producer of Fool Me Once.
You've got money, power. I don't trust you. I think you're getting a little carried away.
The Guest.
It's scary. Stop lying!
Watch all episodes on BBC iPlayer.
Match Day. BBC Radio Nottingham.
David Jackson here. A reminder, no football next weekend, by the way. Not only Forest missing out because of an international break, but Notts County and Mansfield both having their games called off. Notts were due to play Swindon, but have had a few international call-ups, so have called that game off. And Mansfield match against Plymouth also postponed that because Plymouth had 4 players called up for international duty, and so both of them miss out. So there'll be no match day next weekend. There'll be a long match day the week after that, though, because Forest playing Chelsea in a lunchtime kick-off, and Notts and Mansfield then both kicking off at 3 o'clock. So no match day next weekend. There is sport every night on BBC Radio Nottingham, though, with In the Game from 6 till 7, and you can get Forest news whenever you want on the BBC Sport website. If you just search for Nottingham Forest, there is a page dedicated to Forest to which you can subscribe and get all the latest news. And you can do similar on BBC Sounds as well to get all of the Nottingham Forest content, whether that be interviews, pre-match and post-match, or our Shut Up and Show More Football podcast. If you just search for Nottingham Forest on BBC Sounds and subscribe to that, you'll get notifications as soon as there's anything new for you there. Here at St James's Park, the Forest subs are out there warming up in their blue bibs. No signs that there's going to be any changes as yet, and now Dan Burn leads Newcastle out with Anthony Elanga and Joel Linton just behind him as we get set for the second half here. Goalless at half time. Here we go for the second half on Match Day from BBC Radio Nottingham with Brian Laws and first Colin Fray.
Yes, I think you'd say from a Forest perspective encouragingly goalless at half time. They looked a more solid unit, shall we say, than perhaps they have in some games that have gone past up to now. And they'll need to continue to be that in the second half, because you know there'll be an onslaught coming from Newcastle at some point at least during this second 45 minutes. No changes. So Matt Sells in goal, back 3 of Jair Cunha, Nikola Milenkovic and Morato. Nicolo Savona, the right wing back, Nico Williams on the left, Elliot Anderson and Ryan Yates in between them, holding in midfield. Morgan Gibbs-White on the right, Dan and Doy on the left, and Chris Wood through the middle. In the attacking positions, Newcastle ready to get us underway in the second half. They're attacking towards the Gallowgate end in the second period. Away to our right-hand side. And referee Peter Banks blows his whistle. Forest subs, by the way: Murillo, Sangare, Hudson-Odoi, Dominguez, Jesus, Hutchinson, McAtee, Bakwa, and the goalkeeper John. As the Forest fans belt out Mullov Kintyre from the gods away to the left-hand side. And their side wins a throw, which Nico Williams is going to take deep inside his own half. Nick Pope in goal for Newcastle. Trippier, Chow, Botman, Byrne the back 4. Guimaraes, Tonali and Joe Linton in midfield. Elanga and Gordon on the wings, and Voltemada through the middle up front for Newcastle. They have Aaron Ramsdale as their substitute goalkeeper, as Nick Pope is near his corner flag here to clear this down the line, but has done so. Elanga, though, could only head infield to Yates. Yates heads over Wood, and then Trippier puts it out of play for a Forest throw just inside the Newcastle half. Remaining subs for Newcastle: Fabian Schär, Jamal Lascelles, Harvey Barnes, Emil Kraft, Will Asula, Jacob Murphy, Joe Willock and Lewis Miley. 0-0, minute into the second half. Nico Williams to take, down the line. Kieran Trippier heads it away, brought down nicely though by Anderson, rolls it backwards to Morato, and Morato sends it back deep into his own half for Sells, who's outside his penalty area to play this to his right for Jair Cunha. He gives it to Savona, who was quickly closed down by Dan Burn, who's very high up the pitch in the early stages of this second half. This is cleared towards Gibbs White and headed off Gibbs White and out for a Newcastle throw, which is thrown over the head of the England man into Tonali, who helps it on towards Trippier, and he gives it to Elanga. Socks up above his knees. Now Tonali for Trippier, put under pressure by Ndoye and Anderson, and then Yates, but they've worked it well to Bruno Guimaraes and now Joe Linton 10 yards inside the Forest half. Forward towards Anthony Gordon. Morato steps in, good challenge. Guimaraes has sent it away towards the left wing, but Joe Linton won't be able to keep it in play, and so it'll be a Forest throw midway inside their own half. Brian Laws.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a scrappy second half start. Newcastle are still finding their way in the game, but Forest still look like they are forming a nice little partnership at the back there, and they look solid. And again, there's an urgency about them. As I said earlier, they don't look at this moment in time like a team that have not won in 6 games.
Savona throws down the line right hand side, but Chris Wood was surrounded by Newcastle players. Ball is now with Sven Botman. Joe Linton infield towards Bruno Guimaraes. Wood gets back and, well, I mean, Guimaraes went down, but I'm not sure Chris Wood.
It's nowhere near
much at all.
There's nowhere near the kind of fouls that were given in the first bit.
Elanga, low ball across the penalty area for Anthony Gordon to dig a shot out, but that's blocked by Cunha, and then Gibbs White turns the ball nicely towards Savona down the right hand side, looks for the return ball. That comes back to Savona off Malik Chow's challenge. He sent this long towards halfway, but it'll be collected by Botman. Forest not able to keep the ball very much in the opening 3.5 minutes of the second half. Newcastle seeing a lot of it, particularly this man, Bruno Guimaraes, to Joe Linton. And now Anthony Gordon down the left hand side, further left wing now for Joe Linton, who's made the run ahead of him, held up by Jair Cunha. It's the challenge in on his fellow countryman, and it's out for a throw, and Dan Burn turns it back to halfway. Botman for Chow for Trippier down the right flank for Elanga, tucks it back for Trippier again. Little ball infield towards Tonali for Elanga, neat 1-2, but then Anderson takes it away from Anthony Elanga and drives forward. Elanga trying to get back to him, and Anderson was just fouled. Took the referee a long time to give the decision, but he did.
Yeah, it's caught him right on the ankle as well. Yeah, Anderson's done so well. He picked the ball up and he's starting to run through, penetrate the midfield, but then he's just done a quick check back, and then he's caught a Newcastle boot flying into the back of his Achilles there, which caught him.
I think it was Trippier rather than Elanga that caught him. Certainly felt it. Here he is turning the ball forward, but it's in between Ndoye and Wood, and Chow sends it back to Nick Pope. Wood goes chasing him down, but Pope clears comfortably away from him onto the head of Cunha, who heads it back into the Newcastle half, brought down by Botman on his chest. Pings a ball out to the right hand side for Trippier, who tells Elanga to get running ahead of him. Feeds it into Elanga's path now. Nico Williams to close him down, but he's got the crossover. Well, he got it past Nico Williams. He didn't get it over because Morato was the next man to knock it away for a Newcastle corner 5 minutes into the second half. Danger as always from set pieces.
I think this is where Newcastle are the biggest threat at this moment in time, is the set plays.
Voltemada and Byrne are 6'6", Botman and Chow are 6'4". Well, corners taken short, and Gibbs White and Anderson get back and do the defensive work. Cleared away high into the sky. Byrne underneath this. Dan and Doy trying to run around him, and Byrne is he's basically too big. He just made his body as big as he possibly could, and he just couldn't get round him. Dan and Doy fouled him. Free kick. Now Anthony Gordon down the left-hand side, taking on Savona. Fires over the cross. 6 yards out. Oh, and it spun right into the path of Voltemade.
How has he saved that?
And that's a save, I think, from Matt Sells.
How has he saved that? I want to see that again, because that was it.
It was
Voltemade. I don't know how he's missed it. I don't know how he's missed that.
It's brilliant from Sells, standing up big. It was presented to him on a plate because Morato cut the cross out, but as he did so, it just fell straight to Voltemade, who's about 6 yards out, and he's hammered it towards goal. That has to be a foul by Dan Byrne on Gibbs White.
Let's give it.
It is.
Maybe we might get a replay on that one.
Incredible
that previous
save
one
from Matt Sells to deny Nick Voltemade. It's Newcastle's best chance of the game, presented to them by Morato.
Oh no,
did Morato
block it? Yeah, I thought it was Sells that saved it. It was that quick.
Oh, well played to Morato then for getting back and making up for his own error.
He's recovered for sure.
That's a great pinged pass by Anderson out towards the left-hand side for Nico Williams. He's got it back again. Now he's trying to find another pass for Ndoye, who kind of seemed to go on the outside, but then threatened to go on an inside left channel run. As Milenkovic knocks this ball away again from Voltemade. It evades Anderson though, and they've got Tonali away quickly down the right, and now Elanga in some space, inside right channel into the penalty area. Morato gets back and blocks him as well.
Brilliant again by Morato. That's a couple of occasions where he's done it, late blocks. He's hurt himself at the moment. Elanga getting some stick off the Newcastle fans because he had a good 10 yards in front, and how's Morato got back. He's done superbly well, slides in to block it, but in the meantime he's caught his ankle. He won't want to go off, certainly won't want treatment, because he will have to go off at that stage. The defence need him in, so he needs a little minute just to maybe get the feeling back on his ankle.
Well, he's trying his hardest to not get treatment here, is Morato, and I think Peter Banks is, or you can hear what some of the locals make of it, I'm sure.
If you want me to translate, Colin, I can always do that for you, mate.
Only translate some of the words, won't you?
Yeah.
Here's Tonali, right wing corner, and it's headed away by Chris Wood, not very far. Gordon knocks it back in, and then Yates wins a powerful header, and as it's sent down the inside left channel for Newcastle, it's just seen out by Jair Cunha. Now Forest are knowing that they're in a bit of a battle at the moment. 9 minutes into the second half, it's still 0-0.
The only words I could actually translate for you is man. The rest is unrepeatable.
Morato seems okay after what's been an interesting first few minutes of the half for him. Now the referee's told Forest that they can't take the goal kick yet. He had his hand to his earpiece. He must have been checking something, but it was the most cursory of checks, and we're underway. And Nico Williams clears up towards halfway for Wood. Nodded away from him. Milenkovic wrestling with Voltemade.
How's he not getting?
No foul given.
I just don't get Peter Banks. You know, you've set your stall out in the early part of the game by letting things go. Then he's given free kicks for something that's really soft. And then that's, you've got Milenkovic all over the Newcastle player.
Well, that's a good header from Nico Williams, which releases Dan Ndoye. Ndoye into the Newcastle half. They're getting back now, the black and white striped shirts, but here's Ndoye down the left-hand side, rolls it into the path of Williams, who gets a tame shot away. He's sort of caught underneath his foot a little bit, Williams, and it was easy for Nick Pope. 10 gone in the second half. It remains 0-0. Good work from Nico Williams. He won the header and then was on the end of the ball into the penalty area as well from Dan Ndoye. Here's Elanga, right wing. He crosses, blocked by Williams, and it'll be another Newcastle corner. Joel Linton calling for more noise from the Gallagher end. Away to our right-hand side, which Newcastle are attacking in this second half on BBC Radio Nottingham's match day. 11 gone. Corner for Newcastle. They're going to Tonali to take, and Elanga offering the short option at the moment, with only Elliot Anderson looking after the pair of them. It's almost a little bit of a gamble that Tonali is going to send it in long, and he does. Two players go down on the edge of the penalty area. In fact, two Newcastle players have gone down.
Dan Burn's got arms around him. He falls to the floor. Morato's not happy, thinking he's played the game. They're all holding each other. The thing is, the referee can only apply the rule if the ball hasn't got in, and Dan Burn went down before the ball was kicked.
Dan Burn and Morato being spoken to now by Peter Banks.
Look at this, there's holding here. You can see them. They're both holding each other.
I mean,
and he almost Morato
two
takes
Newcastle
two players out.
Fell over each other, but I think Morato was holding Dan Burn at one point in the middle of all of that. Anyway, here's the corner from Tonali, and Jair Cunha heads the ball away from the penalty area. Trippier sends a half-volleyed ball back to Tonali down the right-hand side. Tonali for Elanga, who gets away from Anderson and crosses, and headed away near post again by Morato. Brought down by Anderson, who lofts it over the head of Tonali and finds Gibbs White, but he loses control of it. And Newcastle have it back again. Joel Linton from Chow. Chow now for Tonali down the right-hand side. Tonali with a little dinked cross through the penalty area, across the edge of the penalty area, and Savona with time to get it clear to Gibbs White. Gibbs White, he's clattered. He's absolutely clattered Gibbs White. And now it's Bruno Guimaraes to shoot, and that's in. And VAR will have to look at that to see if there was a foul on Gibbs White, which freed up the ball. Bruno Guimaraes from 25 yards, maybe a little bit less.
Surely VAR's going to look at that. They'll look at that build-up, I'm sure. That's what you can see all the Forest players around Peter Banks saying, hang on, what about this foul on Gibbs White? Leading up to that shot. You can see Ange Postecoglou is not happy, shaking his head.
At the moment,
now whether there's VAR on this, are they checking it?
VAR will have to look at it, because the foul in inverted commas, the challenge on Gibbs White, is what freed up the ball for Newcastle to play one pass and then lay it into Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, he got sandwiched in between two players.
Dan Burn carried it forward, and then Bruno Guimaraes chipped it into the net from just the top of the D, and the goal's been given. But it's a very, very quick look from VAR. But Bruno Guimaraes has given Newcastle the lead. 13 minutes into the second half. It looked like a foul on Gibbs White, but referee Peter Banks said no, and his VAR Chris Kavanagh has agreed with him. And in winning the ball off Gibbs White that way, Newcastle then go in front. Here's Voltemada inside the centre circle, well challenged by Milenkovic, and no, he isn't. Free kick is given against Milenkovic. Here's Bruno Guimaraes, and Morato wins it, and then he's fouled by Bruno Guimaraes, and Morato takes the free kick quickly, but too quickly, says the referee, because the ball was moving. They're cheating again, apparently,
man,
because they took the free kick too quickly. Here's Morato taking the free kick short this time to Yates, now into Wood's feet. Wood, though, has tried to lay it off first time to Anderson, but it's run out of play. So an hour gone, and Forest resistance is broken at St James's Park. Controversy about the goal again. Kind of.
Well, actually, it shows Guimaraes. He's actually got his toe to it first before he clatters into Gibbs White. Maybe that's why they allowed it to continue.
Here's Savona nicking the ball off Dan Burn, well forward. and turns it across the edge of the penalty area for Gibbs White, who had to really check his stride to take it in his stride, but now he's found Savona again. Now Yates, Newcastle have got men back. Yates ball backwards towards Jair Cunha, who crosses towards Chris Wood, and sends it towards goal, but he's kind of miskicked it. Still not clear yet. Savona has to leave that because he'd have been offside. He does leave it, and then the flag goes up anyway.
Woods again. He's had another opportunity. This is a clear opportunity. Not sure if he's offside or not. It looks like he was okay. He's off.
Yeah, he's offside.
Yeah, so but doesn't make any difference though. Again, last season Woods is sticking them in the back of the net.
Yeah.
He's missed a number of chances this season so far, and maybe that's playing on his mind.
It's well won by Williams, and then Wood lays it off nicely from Morato's through ball to Ndoye wide left. Ndoye's cross. Yates with the header from about 16 yards out is straight at Nick Pope. And it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. With 62 minutes played here at St James's Park. Bruno Guimaraes with the goal, chipping from the top of the D towards the top corner, not quite in the top corner. It's a long ball forward, which is going to go all the way through to Matt Sells in his penalty area. He bowls it out to Nico Williams, tucks the ball back to Morato. Morato is a bit aimless with his clearance this time. Trippier for Tonali, halfway inside the Forest half, right hand side. Tonali skips away from Williams' challenge, rolls it square to Joel Linton, leaves it for Anthony Gordon, back to Joel Linton again. And here's Joel Linton once more finding Malik Chow. Chow it forward towards Bruno Guimaraes, who's measured a lovely pass down the right hand side for Trippier. He finds Elanga inside the penalty area, lays it back for Bruno Guimaraes to Elanga again, but his layoff is under hit, and Dan Ndoye wriggles through 2 or 3 challenges, and then he's taken out with a forearm to the side of the head by Sandro Tonali, who's claiming his innocence.
Looks like we're
Ryan
making
Yates got booked for something similar in the first half. Free kick Forest, it will be, and here come...
There's 3 changes.
3 changes for Forest, all made on 63 minutes. We're going to see Igor Jesus come on. We're going to see Amari Hutchinson, and we're going to see Callum Hudson-Odoi. Jesus for Chris Wood is the like-for-like swap up front. We're going to see Ryan Yates replaced by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Morgan Gibbs-White gets handed the captain's armband by Yates as he runs off the field. And Amari Hutchinson for Dan Ndoye. So Hutchinson and Hudson-Odoi will now be the wide players. Gibbs-White in a deeper role alongside Elliot Anderson in the midfield. And we'll get restarted with a Forest free kick from 20 yards inside their own half. Slightly left of centre, Morato takes straight towards Igor Jesus, but too far ahead of him and collected by Pope. Here's Tonali, told by several thousand Geordies that he had a man on. That man was Morgan Gibbs-White. He turned away from him, but then Dan Byrne's clearance is closed down by Hutchinson. Hutchinson against Dan Byrne is going to be an interesting little battle over the next 20 minutes or so. If Forest can get Omari Hutchinson the ball, and he has a chance to run against Dan Byrne. I don't suppose he wants the ball in the air very much, Omari Hutchinson, but if he can get it on the floor and run at him. Here's Jesus holding it up on halfway, but then tackled by Botman. Ball though breaks for Elliot Anderson. Across halfway he goes. He's got Savona outside him. Here is Nicolo Savona. Hutchinson is taken up a position inside right channel. Here's Anderson. Now Hutchinson has it near the corner flag, as he's challenged by Guimaraes, and the ball goes out of play off Hutchinson last, so it'll be a throw for Newcastle. It's Joel Linton, I beg his pardon, that made the challenge. And Dan Byrne taking his time over this throw, throws it in to Joe Linton. Now Byrne Clears to halfway. Well won by Cunha in the air. Hutchinson brings it down and is clattered into by Dan Burn. Nothing given. Burn comes away having hurt himself in the contact, but Bruno Guimaraes sends it forward towards Anthony Gordon, who's testing Jair Cunha for pace and gets his crossover towards Elanga, but headed away by Morato and then away by Gibbs-White. And then the foul is given against Bruno Guimaraes for a foul, jumping into the back of Morgan Gibbs-White. 21 minutes played, second half. Newcastle 1, Forest 0.
Yeah, Guimaraes there just going in again. He's coming a little bit late on Gibbs-White. It was a free kick. Gibbs-White had a clear header. But again, it shows that Ange wants to make change, wants that positivity. He's changed the whole three going forward with pace.
Up gets Jesus and wins the header well. Almost comes to Hudson-Odoi, but not quite. Knocked away from him. Another wrestling match going on between Voltemada and Milenkovic. Free kick given against Voltemada, and the Newcastle fans go crazy, and then Morato's taken it too quickly and given it away, and now Elanga down the right hand side is fouled by Morato, and that's going to be a yellow card for Morato.
Yeah, that's unnecessary because Morato's trying to do a quick free kick to get things going, but he made a real hash of it in the end, giving the ball back to Newcastle, and as you've seen there, Elanga there had the freedom, knocked it past him, and Morato's just taking him out on the edge of that box.
Yes, 18 yards out and halfway between the penalty area and the touchline. Slightly closer to the penalty area than touchline. And three standing over the free kick, but one of them is Dan Burn. He'll move away to take up his position. I think he was just asking Tonali where he's going to put it. Just over halfway through the second half.
Or the other way around.
Forest 1-0.
Or the other way around. Dan Burn says, I put it in a certain position.
Put it there.
Yeah, because I'm going to be there.
Still three of them. Elanga, Tonali and Trippier. Trippier now moves away. Elanga and Tonali, though, still standing close to the free kick. Sandro Tonali with his right foot to curl it across and headed away near post by Gibbs-White. Comes out for Anthony Gordon, who's turned away from Hutchinson, but then loses out to Jesus. Jesus wins it. For a moment there was a quick break on, but he was quickly closed down again. He's won a throw instead for his team as he plays it off Gordon. And now a change for Newcastle, who are going to bring on Jacob Murphy and Harvey Barnes. So double change. Anthony Gordon's afternoon is over. Scored a couple of penalties in midweek in Belgium, of course, in the Champions League. But he's done for this afternoon. And Harvey Barnes, who also scored in the Champions League, he's going to replace Anthony Elanga. So there'll be no goal-scoring matchup for Elanga against his old club today.
Yeah, it's a strength in depth as well when you look at, replacing pace for pace, like for like.
Anderson fouled halfway inside his own half, so Forest get a free kick. Elsewhere in the Premier League, Daniel Marlin's got a couple of goals this afternoon for Aston Villa. They lead Burnley 2-0. Crystal Palace are winning again at Everton. Daniel Munoz's goal in the first half. And Wolves still lead Brighton by 1-0 by courtesy of Bart Verbruggen's own goal in the first half. Nico Williams tries to help this on towards Hudson-Odoi left wing, but can't keep it in play under a challenge from Kieran Trippier. And it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. As Elliot Anderson tries to win it, does get a foot in, and then Forest inside their own half here, having to play some neat football to get themselves out of trouble, and in the end they can't quite do it. It was all very tight towards this near touchline, and Nico Williams couldn't keep it in play. So it'll be a throw for Newcastle. which Kieran Trippier is going to take. Down the right-hand side, gets it back from Voltemade, who then turns into Anderson and so loses it. Morato gives it to Gibbs-White, tries to send it forward towards Jesus. Jesus fouls Chow. Then Anderson catches Tonali. And waits to shake his hand and pick him up. The foul had already been given for the first one by Hugo Jesus. 26 minutes played, second half. Last 3 or 4 minutes have just gone away with nothing really happening, just very scrappy and stop-start. Milenkovic under pressure from Voltemade. I don't think he was told he had a man on. He was coming from behind him, was Voltemade. Stabbed it away from Milenkovic, and now it's left-hand side for Harvey Barnes. Lays it off for Bruno Guimaraes, tries to get the return ball inside left channel, and Milenkovic wanted to shepherd this back towards Matt Sells. And it didn't quite have the pace on it, so in the end Milenkovic decided, no, I'll take responsibility for this and smack it out into touch.
Yeah, as if in doubt, you know, he probably wanted to leave it for Sells, but it was too dangerous. He's ended up making a decision to get out of play. He's better off doing that. You can't leave things hoping it's going to happen. You've got to make it happen. And if it's not on, don't do it.
He couldn't keep it in play though. I thought he'd knocked it away for a throw, but it had actually gone across the line for a corner, which Tonali takes towards the back post. Igor Jesus gets up and it's a powerful header away. Jacob Murphy, the substitute, cushions it back to halfway. And then a long ball forward, finds Tonali and a great save. Long ball over the top from Trippier. Tonali running onto it to volley it towards goal. Side foot just to steer it towards goal, and he thought over Matt Sells, and Sells jumped high to tip it over his crossbar and away for a corner. Good save, Matt Sells. It remains only 1-0 to Newcastle.
Yeah, listen, first and foremost, what a magnificent ball from Trippier over the back of the defence of Forest, and Tonali there, his volley right foot. I'm sure he was trying to mean to go across the 6-yard box, but in the end he nearly scored.
Here comes the corner from the right-hand side, nodded down, loose inside the penalty area. Voltemade has hit the underside of the bar, still loose, and now Forest can take it away from the penalty area with Omari Hutchinson running away with it. Voltemade close to a second goal. Now Anderson is bundled into yet another foul by Bruno Guimaraes. Joe Linton goes down, we'll have a stoppage, Forest will have a free kick. Voltemade close to getting Newcastle 2-0 ahead after this latest corner, nodded down back post into the 6-yard box it went. He was just stabbed towards goal by Voltemade, underside of the bar, and eventually away to safety from Forest, and it remains 1-0.
Yeah, Voltemade there, he's just flicked it there, it's hit the top crossbar straight down, it's definitely not over the line. It's given Forest a bit of a lifeline, but you can see Newcastle trying to seek that second goal. Probably the second goal would kill Forest off. Forest have really been toothless going forward in this second half. Not really had a chance at goal.
That's a good ball though from Elliot Anderson down the right for Savona. Savona with the early ball in, looking for Jesus. Knocked away from him. Hutchinson has it under control and is bundled into from behind. Oh, flag goes up for offside.
No, that's the
Forest bench absolutely furiously appealing for the penalty, but it's a penalty which won't come if Omari Hutchinson was in an offside position earlier in the move. As the ball was played, slid through by Hutchinson into the penalty area, and then actually Jesus was the recipient of the ball. He was onside, but off the challenge on him, it spun off to Hutchinson, who was in an offside position. If he hadn't have been, that's a clear penalty, isn't it, by Dan Burn, which incidentally wasn't given by Peter Banks, and the flag wasn't up at the time, but that was pretty clear. But he was offside, so it didn't matter, and this is good work by Gibbs-White, sending it back to Matt Sells inside his own penalty area, and Sells clears hastily. Chow wins the header though against Hudson-Odoi. I don't think he's got a kick yet since he came off the bench.
We're penned in at the moment.
Newcastle pushing for a second goal.
We're only having little small reliefs of pressure. Newcastle, since they've scored, definitely have stepped up a little bit of the tempo. They're a lot sharper on the ball.
Here's Murphy stepping inside away from Nico Williams and stabs it down the inside right channel into the penalty area, but too far ahead of Bruno Guimaraes, who's levered off the ball. Here comes another change for Forest. This is Dylan Bakwa to come on. 76 minutes, and he is going to replace Morato, who's had a bit of a mixed second half, but by and large a good game. Morato.
So I reckon that's going to 4-4-2, don't you?
Ange Postecoglou has just told his defenders that. He's just holding four fingers up towards them to say that's now a back four, with Milenkovic and Jair Kuna in the middle of it. Here's Voltemade giving it to Jacob Murphy, can't control, and it's cleared by Savona down the right hand side. It comes back to him now from Gibbs-White, chips it forward and straight to Tonali. Gibbs-White trying to win it back, but it's Tonali again running forward, lays it off for Jacob Murphy. He shoots, and that's blocked pretty much at source by the breadbasket of Nico Williams, who's had to get back up quickly but is gasping for breath just at the moment. Now that's well done by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Skipped away from Kieran Trippier, and he's away down the left hand side. Now what can he do with the ball? Into the penalty area he goes, still going, takes his man on the outside and then hits a shot near post, which is saved but not held, and Joel Linton heads it away out for a throw on the far side. First time that Hudson-Odoi's touched the ball, I think, since he's come on the pitch, and it was dancing feet to get away from Trippier, and a surging run, and then a shot near post, which was dealt with by the goalkeeper. Here he is again, Hudson-Odoi.
Yeah, it was a great run, there's no question about it, and he's just travelled about 60 yards. And the one thing that he wanted to do is try and get on his right foot, but when he did that, Jesus ran across his pathway and stopped him from really going on his right foot. In the end he went with his left, but it was straight at the keeper.
Gibbs-White pings the ball out to Bakwa down the right hand side, into the penalty area he goes, stabs it back for Gibbs-White, who hits a shot from the edge of the box but over the crossbar. And out for a goal kick, and it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. Forest's best moments for some time as time begins to tick away. 11 to go.
Yeah, we've got to take risks, haven't we, now? Going to a 4-4-2 would probably give us a bit more joy, especially in the wide areas. We've certainly got pace to burn. Need to utilise it to get round them. Got a 1v1 versus Trippier and Burn.
It's one by Jair Cunha in the air, this, and then Hutchinson blocks the attempted pass through by Savona, but it comes back to him. Now Voltemade battling with Jair Cunha, who just stabs it out into touch. And it goes out for a throw which Kieran Trippier is going to take from the right hand side, level with the edge of the penalty area. Eventually, 10 minutes to go, 1-0 down Forest. Here's Jacob Murphy crossing, back post, and a great save again from Sells to deny Malik Chow this time. Point blank range, Chow running onto the cross and just steering it towards goal. And again it's saved, and this is forward towards Harvey Barnes, who is inside left channel and saved again by Sells, and it hasn't even gone out for a corner. And then Barnes fouls Nico Williams, and in any case the referee had stopped play because Matt Sells, having made yet another save, is winded by that last one to deny Barnes down the inside right channel, and it still remains 1-0.
Yeah, again, Sells has kept us in the game, there's no question, with his feet. There from Chow, he's coming on that back post, a little volley, ball was coming in the box, and then again we had Barnes who just nicked it on the 18-yard line, swiveled to take a shot, smashed it straight into Sells' midriff. We're certainly hanging on at this moment in time.
Joel Linton for Harvey Barnes again down the left-hand side, faced by Savona, goes backwards to Byrne. Byrne chips one down the left wing again. Voltemada going across to battle with Milenkovic. Milenkovic takes it away from him, gives it to Elliot Anderson. Oh dear, Anderson has slid in on Bruno Guimaraes, having lost control of the ball.
Let's give a penalty.
And that's a penalty to Newcastle. And of all people, it's Elliot Anderson, who's been excellent again. He's cramped up, maybe that's what did it, because he just lost control of the ball inside his own penalty area, having been given it.
Well,
and then he's absolutely scythed into Bruno Guimaraes.
Yeah, there's no question. He's taken him right out. Guimaraes just nicked the ball off him. He's seen it. Anderson's first touch wasn't the best. It wasn't the best. And his next one was lethal.
Nick Voltemada has got the ball in his hands. Scorer of 3 goals so far. Matt Sells has come running all the way out to have a word with the goalkeeping coach Rob Birch on halfway.
He's just give a yellow card to Anderson as well. Sells is trying to play a little bit.
He's probably going to get booked as well here, Matt Sells.
Well, he's not supposed to leave the area, is he? But he has the. I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a yellow card.
And he's been told just to retreat to his line. Voltemada, a 6'6", blonde-haired German, prepares to effectively seal the game for Newcastle with 7 minutes to go. Sells runs up and down his line, side to side, one way then the other. Voltemada stands hands on hips, now moves up and strikes the ball right-footed and chips it towards the top corner. And he has scored a 4th goal for Newcastle and a 2nd goal of the afternoon. It's Newcastle 2, Forest 0.
It's been heading that way. They've been putting pressure on, haven't they? Newcastle have been seeking that 2nd goal. They certainly haven't sat back and just sat on the 1-0 lead. They've been hunting down Forest, especially in this second half. There have been long periods where Forest couldn't really get out their half. Hence the reason why Ange has made the changes to try and change the front three. We've had glimpses, we've had a couple of little moments with Doy and Gibbs White, but Sells has kept us in the game with 2 magnificent saves. But the penalty he had no chance with. That's top bins, that right in the top corner, and giving Sells no chance whatsoever.
Chipped to Matt Sells' right, pretty much into the roof of the net. And Nick Voltemada, and it's 2-0 Newcastle, and Forest have only got 6 minutes plus added time to do anything about it. And they're in possession again, back inside their own half with Jair Cunha, but Newcastle had launched a bit of an onslaught.
There we go.
I think the Newcastle fans have been waiting to taunt Ange Postecoglou with this all afternoon. They've had to wait a long time before they're sure enough to do it. As Forest win it back again just inside the Newcastle half. Here's Nico Williams trying to burst through players and has done. Finds Igor Jesus down the left-hand side. Now Hudson-Odoi, faced by Jacob Murphy. Rolls it infield towards Gibbs White, middle of the Newcastle half. Back to halfway for Milenkovic, now Savona. And now backward down the right-hand side into Hutchinson. Forest fans still backing their side away to our left. Here's Gibbs White with the ball through to Hudson-Odoi, but overhit. And out for a goal kick it goes. 4.5 to go.
That's what we're averaging at the moment as well, 2 goals a game. which that's tell you that you've got to score 3. And do you know what probably typifies us going forward is Woods there with his volley when he had an opportunity to side foot that ball in the back of the net,
and it went square.
And that's just why he's off sync. That's where the goals were coming from last season, and his first instinctive thing was he'd put it at the back of the net. There'd be no hesitation, but he seems like he must feel under pressure to score, and therefore he's not relaxed in front of goal. He's uptight. He's missing. We seen the other day against Sunderland, he missed an absolute glaring City with his header, which he's normally deadly with as well.
Anderson forward down the Forest right hand side, clipped forward though by Tonali. A handball by Anderson, but then he's found Gibbs White, who has to slide, but he has slid and kept possession for Forest. And now Williams rolls it back for Milenkovic. Lewis Miley and Will Asula coming on for Newcastle for the closing stages. Here's Bakwa for Forest, chipping this forward towards Anderson, but just overhit it as he tried to curl it through, with Anderson making the forward run. And quickly Newcastle have bowled the ball out again, and here's Sven Botman, the Dutchman, forward towards Voltemade. Can't get away from Milenkovic. He's handled him well for the afternoon, really. I was going to say most of the afternoon. Can't exactly handle him from the penalty spot. Still managed to get his goal, the German. Here's Jair Cunha. 2.5 to go. Newcastle 2, Forest 0. And Ange Postecoglou's run without a victory is going to go to 7 games, barring some sort of extraordinary miracle here at St James's over the last 5 minutes or so. Gibbs White switches it out to the right hand side, just inside the Newcastle half. This is Bakwa running infield and laying it off to Gibbs White again. Gibbs White tries to stab it through to Bakwa. It does come to him via Tonali. And now here's Hutchinson, wide right. Bakwa ahead of him, midway inside the Newcastle half, and cutting infield, and gives it to Nico Williams. Williams sends it back to the right for Gibbs White. Gibbs White down the right hand side for Bakwa. Bakwa rolls it forward to Hutchinson, who hits the byline and turns over the cross. Jacob Murphy chests it down and coolly turns and clears. Jair Cunha is to it ahead of Voltemade, and then Williams gives it him back. He has to chest it down and lay it off for Milenkovic. Milenkovic for Gibbs White. Hudson-Odoi down the left. Gibbs White's seen him and finds him, and he's knocked it past Trippier and takes him on towards the corner flag. Now rolls it back in towards Hutchinson. He lays it back for Gibbs White, who's 25 yards out. Square for Anderson. Back it comes to Hudson-Odoi on his right foot to curl over the cross. Too close to Nick Pope, who's got hold of it, bats it down into the floor, and then grabs it on first bounce. And we're in the 90th minute, and Newcastle lead 2-0.
Yes, that was the best moment we've had going forward for quite a while.
Sent forward this towards Harvey Barnes, who's trying to beat Milenkovic to it, can't do so. And the ball squirts off the challenge between the pair of them back to Sells. He's had to make a series of very good saves in this second half as well. As Gibbs White turns it back to the Belgian again, and Sells out wide to the right for Savona. Back infield to Milenkovic, and he finds Jair Cunha. Cunha for Williams. Williams running diagonally through the centre circle, rolls it away towards Bakwa. Bakwa running at them, but not much support out there. 6 minutes of added time there'll be. Dylan Bakwa tucks it backwards now for Nico Williams to cross deep, back post, looking for Elliot Anderson. Down goes Kieran Trippier. Clash of heads between the two of them. Anderson's holding his head but hasn't quite gone down. Trippier has. Anderson goes to pick him up.
There's a slight little collision at the back post there. Anderson's trying to get up above Trippier.
Here come the changes. Asula and Miley's replacing Joel Linton. Managed to get through the game without being booked, Joel Linton. In fact, no Newcastle player has been booked in this game. And Voltemada is replaced by Asula. They're liking him up here. 4 goals already in his Newcastle career.
Well, 4 and 5 is a brilliant start. I think there's only 2 players that have actually achieved that in the first 5 games of the season, and that one of them is Alan Shearer. Some big boots to follow there, but certainly Voltemada, he looks like he's full of early doors.
Hutchinson runs into 2 Newcastle players, sent long down the right hand side. It will go out of play just about a few yards inside the Forest half. Jair Cunha takes the throw backwards for Sells, closed down by the new substitute Asula, the Dane. I think now Milenkovic, Jair Cunha maybe just cramping up a little bit.
Yeah,
the ball is away on the far side, the right for Dylan Bakwa. Bakwa stabs it down the right flank for Hutchinson. Hutchinson turns away from goal, recycles it into midfield for Gibbs-White. He finds Anderson. Anderson for Gibbs-White again. Gibbs-White down the inside right channel for Bakwa and Hutchinson, who combine well. Now Bakwa with the cross, looking for Jesus, but it's just over his head. It's neat football, but again there's no end product from Forest. Hudson-Odoi takes a throw quickly. We've already played 3 of the 6 minutes of added time. Gibbs-White for Milenkovic, and Milenkovic now for Savona down the right hand side to Bakwa once more. Looked lively since he's come off the bench, Dylan Bakwa. Faced by 2 here, near the edge of the penalty area. And rolls it backwards for Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White inside right channel for Hutchinson. Goes down in the challenge with Dan Byrne. Didn't look much wrong with that. The referee ways play on, and Bruno Guimaraes lofts it towards Tonali. Tonali now for Asula. Asula keeps it moving right hand side for Jacob Murphy. Newcastle looking for a 3rd goal. Gibbs-White slides in and intercepts, but Forest still haven't got it clear because Savona's clearance is blocked and comes back to Gibbs-White again. Jesus fouled by Malik Chow.
And you're wrong again! You're wrong again!
And it'll be a free kick for Forest. Gibbs-White wants to get on with it quickly. Will Asula won't let him. And now here's Anderson for Nico Williams. Back to Elliot Anderson again. Curls one down the left wing, looking for Hudson-Odoi, but Trippier intercepts, gives it back to Pope. Slices this very high, and it's got all the way to halfway. Anderson heads it forward again, and that's going to get all the way into the penalty area for Pope, despite the attempt of Jesus to get on the end of it. Newcastle leading 2-0, and we are 4 minutes into the 6 of added time. Here's Bruno Guimaraes trying to find Barnes on the far side, but knocked away from him, out into touch. Forest throw, Savona for Gibbs-White, back to Savona and all the way back to Matt Sells. Gives it to Jair Cunha, strides out of defence, gives it Hudson-Odoi, who tried to turn it on first time, but a little bit aimless and easy for Newcastle. Pope clears out towards the right for Trippier. Hudson-Odoi intercepts and wins it well. Now Williams for Anderson on halfway. But we're kind of playing out time. Last minute of added time. And Forest 2-0 down. Good ball from Jair Cunha to Igor Jesus, 10 yards inside the Newcastle half. Gives it now to Hutchinson, who's left wing with Hudson-Odoi alongside him. Gives it to Hudson-Odoi. Wide left, level with the edge of the penalty area. Faced by 2. Gets past Bruno Guimaraes. Rides the challenge of Trippier. And then turns back onto his left foot. Then back along the line, he plays it to Anderson, who lofts over the cross deep beyond the back post. Bakwa heads it back across. Headed away firmly by Botman. Milenkovic goes and retrieves. Bakwa again down the right-hand side, infield towards Gibbs White. Gibbs White chips it forward, looking for Nico Williams, who's centre-forward position at the moment. But Newcastle clear. Bruno Guimaraes held up by Gibbs White. Williams then with a challenge. Referee waves play on as Williams goes down. Jacob Murphy takes on two of them and gets through two of them, and then takes on Jair Cunha as well and shoots straight at Matt Sells. One of the more comfortable saves that Matt Sells has made all afternoon, but it ends in defeat for Forest at St James's Park. They've been beaten by 2-0. A lot of controversy about the first goal, when Morgan Gibbs-White might have been fouled in the build-up, but Bruno Guimaraes from the top of the D curled one into the top corner, just shy of the hour mark. An hour in which Forest had looked pretty solid against the questions that Newcastle were posing for them. Then Newcastle got better and better after their first goal. They grew in confidence as the game went on. Sells had to save really well from Tonali. Voltemada hit the bar. Sells saved again from Chiao and then from Barnes. And then when Anderson's heavy touch saw him have to dive in on Bruno Guimaraes, he conceded a penalty, which was chipped in by Nick Voltemada with 7 minutes remaining to give Newcastle their second goal and all 3 points. Ange Postecoglou's wait for a first win as Forest manager goes on. It's 7 games now. It's a disappointing 2 draws and 5 defeats. They've been beaten by 2-0 at Newcastle. Brian Laws.
Yeah, I'm afraid, you know, when you look at it and analyse it, I thought the first half was, you know, pretty solid performance from a Forest team who obviously previously had not won in 6, and it didn't look like a team that were void of any kind of confidence. And in the end, you know, they were okay. You know, they made Newcastle work extremely hard to get a couple of half chances. Sells didn't have much to do. Neither did both goalkeepers, to be fair. But they had a lot of good possession, and I thought there was some areas of positivity going forward, particularly down the right-hand side, and where we had Gibbs White, who was causing problems to Dan Burn on this right-hand side. But the second half, of course, the turning point is always going to be the first goal, and the first goal obviously went to Newcastle. Was it under controversial circumstances? Slightly. I get where Gibbs White's coming from. The ball's coming into him and he got sandwiched in between, but actually on replay Tonali touches the ball first before he clatters into him. Maybe that's why they've carried on, and VAR have not got involved. But the finish was excellent from that moment, and that was when it was so difficult going forward, where we're going to get the next goal from, and it was typified by Woods' lack of confidence in front of goal. Is just epitomising us at the moment going forward. We don't look like we're going to get goals, and that's the worrying part, because we're averaging we're leaking 2 goals a game. No matter which way you look at it, that's the alarming statistics that actually are hurting Forest at this moment in time.
Yes, it's another 2 goals today. The entire squad has just gone across to stand and applaud the Forest fans way up behind that goal away to our left at the Gallagate end. Ange Postecoglou stood just behind the squad, who were in a line virtually across the edge of the penalty area, and applauding the fans as well. But it's anguish and disappointment on the faces of those in red shirts as they leave the field again, and more questions about the future of Ange Postecoglou as his run without a win at the start of his Forest tenure goes on to 7 matches, and Forest as a whole remain without a win since the opening day of the season. It's a goal in the second half for Bruno Guimaraes and a penalty for Nick Voltemada, which has done the damage today, and it's finished at St James's, Newcastle 2, Forest 0.
Colin Fray and Brian Laws, your commentary team on BBC Radio Nottingham here at St James's Park this Sunday afternoon. Colin will head and get reaction for you, so you will hear from Ange Postecoglou at some point in the next hour to another defeat. As Colin says, 7 matches for the Reds head boss. Head coach now without a win. So we will talk more with Brian Laws shortly about what we've seen here. Elsewhere in the Premier League, it's finished at Molineux 1-1. Jan-Paul van Hekke equalising for Brighton on 86. So Wolves 1, Brighton 1. Everton are now beating Palace. Palace led in the first half through Daniel Munoz on 37, an Iliman Ndiaye penalty on 76, and Jack Grealish has now scored 3 minutes into stoppage time. So Everton 2, Palace 1 is the latest. Villa 2, Burnley 1 now. 2 goals for Daniel Marlon for Villa, but Burnley have pulled one back late on. Both of those matches well into stoppage time. At 4:30 today, it's Brentford against Manchester City in the Premier League, and in the Championship earlier, Ipswich beating Norwich by 3-1 in the East Anglia derby. It's BBC Radio Nottingham, approaching 4 o'clock now.
Uniform from 7-2 requesting backup immediately.
On BBC iPlayer.
Smashy, smashy, breaky, breaky. I think it's called forced entry.
Eat, sleep, police, repeat.
The kidneys are a cancer. When they take over a town, they get everywhere.
We have an imminent, incredible threat.
The BAFTA award-winning drama returns.
It's going in. You need to get them out. What?
Extract.
Go!
What was that? It's illegal. You're very sexy when you're angry. Just gorgeous altogether.
The new series, Off Blue Lights.
How's life?
I have a feeling it's about to get a lot more complicated.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
Match day. BBC Radio Nottingham.
Good win for Nottingham Forest women, by the way, this afternoon at the City Ground. They're playing in the second tier these days. They're up to third now after a 4-1 win over Portsmouth. They were 1-0 down, 2 of those goals coming in stoppage time at the end of the game, so a terrific victory. Congratulations to them, a 4-1 win. This is David Jackson here at St James's Park, where Forest have been beaten by a couple of goals to nil. I thought it was very interesting, Brian Laws, at the end. Colin mentioned that all the players together had gone over to applaud the Forest supporters. Now, what had actually happened before that is that a few players had gone over on their own, Callum Hudson-Odoi included, and applauded the supporters and sort of done their thing. And then just as they were on their way off, as other players made their way, Morgan Gibbs-White called them back and said, we need to all be together here. And I thought that was really interesting. From the man who was wearing the captain's armband at the end, he was very keen for a show of unity and togetherness, to applaud those supporters together and say, look, thank you for your support and the noise that you've made up there. And yes, we've lost today, but look, we are together, and very much wanted that image, I think, today.
I think you need to show that unity, in front of people. Because obviously there's a lot of questions that the supporters and I'm sure everybody else is wanting about where we're going to go from here. What is it that's going to turn Forest season? We can look at it in a lot of different ways, but it's still early in the season. A win takes you 3 or 4 places. It's so tight. We know it's like in the Premier League, teams can go 7-8 games and not win. I've seen that. It can be normal in some circumstances, can't it? And we've experienced it at Forest on a number of occasions. But I just think it's the worrying part is it's a new manager, no bounce. That's the worry, that we're not getting that bounce. And as I mentioned before the kick-off, if we're looking at change, and that's what we are, we're looking at a change of personnel, but a change of style. That's hard to transition in the season, to get that across and make that work. It's got to be implemented probably really slowly, and I'm not sure whether Ange's asking too much of it too early. Because you can see glimpses of it. We are, in terms of attacking wise, we're definitely getting to the last third of the pitch more often than we have done in the past. So therefore we are certainly concentrating on that area, but the one gleaming problem we have is we're conceding goals. And okay, there wasn't one from a set play. It was more a case of a bit of fortune in terms of the ball falling to a Newcastle player, but it's been finished extremely well. It's what ignites Forest going forward. They need some positivity, and when your strikers, he's off form. I don't think we can argue that, can we?
No, I mean
in terms of his goal ratio and his goal chances, he doesn't.
They're not finding him in the position as they were last year, I would say. If you think when they had Anthony Elanga last season, and the tactic was quite clear, you'd get Anthony Elanga in, you'd get him down to the byline, you'd cut it back, and Chris Wood's excellent at finding that space. He's not really been given those opportunities this season that often, has he? First game of the season when he got his couple of goals, and he got his penalty the other night, which is a bit different, but he's not really been given those opportunities now, which is his bread and butter, isn't it? Crosses into the box, but he's not had that.
No, but Woods is, his majority of goals were first time touches, first time finishes in the 6-yard box. That's where he's deadliest, isn't it? Whether it be with his head or his foot. He's missing them now.
He did the other night, absolutely.
He missed another one today.
Yeah.
And like that instinctive, that ball's coming in and he just slots it away. He's lost a little bit of that. I'm not proportioning the blame on
Chris Wood. No.
On Chris Wood, but we need goals for sure to alleviate the pressure on the defence, and take away the. Unfortunately, we are shining the light on the defence because that's where the goals are at the moment. And that's, like I said, that's the concerning bit. And whilst there's an international break, you'd always think, well, there's an opportunity now. Regroup. Can we get some training sessions together, and can we get his philosophy across again? Reinforcements. But the truth of the matter is, on international break, when you've got a lot of players away, you'll not see them till a week on Thursday.
When there is going to be a lot of talk about Ange Postecoglou's future, of course, but when a manager is sacked, there's the last game usually you get a feel for it, don't you? And with all the talk about Nuno and his relationship with Evangelos Marinakis, that game against West Ham felt really bad, and you thought this could trigger a conversation here. Now, granted, that third goal against Midtjylland, that moment and the fans turning felt like that moment, but today the goals they've conceded felt like a foul on Gibbs White. Ball's broken free and he's smashed it into the top corner. For the second, Elliot Anderson is he's a bit unlucky and has given away a penalty. So this wasn't a performance either in attack or defence that felt like the players had given up on the head coach or weren't playing for the head coach, or that it didn't feel like a sort of performance that leads to a sacking, if you see what I mean.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the first half, as a whole, the first half performance, when you were at Newcastle, hostility, crowd on your back, their expectations, I thought we dealt with Newcastle really well, and we looked like a team that weren't void of any ideas or in a position where they've lost 6 games or not won 6 games. Sorry. So that gives you confidence to think, okay, he's changed the formation. He's there's no panic there. They look like they're well drilled. But goals change everything, doesn't it? It weakens your philosophy. It weakens your confidence, and players' mindsets will change automatically because when you just concede, it's like, where are we getting the goals from? Whereas when we conceded last year, I always felt we've always got a chance.
Yeah. Defensively today, I mean, Milenkovic had a battle and a half with Voltemada, and he gave as good as he got, and he won pretty much every one of those battles, really. Milenkovic, I thought, was great. I thought Morato, until he had a mad minute where he took a free kick quickly, which gave the ball away, and then committed a foul which gave Newcastle a free kick in a dangerous area. Apart from sort of a mad minute or two, I thought he had his best game for a while in defence as well. Jaya Cunha, young lad in defence, looked didn't look like it was his first appearance in the Premier League. I thought he looked pretty decent as well. On the flanks, you look at Nico Williams, always been impressive. Elliot Anderson playing well in midfield. Defensively, it felt like they were, like under Nuno, it felt like they were putting their bodies on the line to stop the ball going in. It felt like there was a bit more of that again today, which we've not necessarily seen loads of recently.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they were throwing the bodies in for sure, and in the first half as well as the second half. They blocked a number of shots, so they are putting their body on the line. It's just not happening for them for whatever reason. It's just not happening for them, and we're scratching our heads, thinking, hang on a minute, we're now looking at, can we save our season? It is at that pinnacle moment where you think, hang on a minute. Before the season started, I was looking forward to the season. I really enjoyed last season.
Yeah,
I think we all did. Yeah. And we wanted a bit more of that. So did the fans.
And the first day of the season suggested there was going to be lots of it.
Well, that was the best game I have seen us play.
Yeah.
Over 90 minutes. That was the best. I know. Okay, it was against a team that were all over the place, but you still got to play your football, and we were excellent all across the park. It was like, wow, what a season we're going to have if that's the standard. But that was the last time we've seen it.
Yeah, and the problem that Ange Postecoglou's got is that regardless of what I've just said about today not feeling like a sort of sacking performance and the players putting in that effort and that level of performance today, they didn't create enough. They have lost again. It is another 2 goals conceded. And the question now is whether the owner is going to look at that and say, can I see this team turning around the way it's going? Because the next game is against Chelsea. The game after that is Porto in the Europa League. If I keep Ange Postecoglou in, and he's still not going to have a fortnight working with most of his players anyway because they're away on international duty. So what am I going to get in that game against Chelsea, who have gone and beaten Liverpool yesterday? And then what's going to happen in the Europa League? Am I risking damaging the hopes of qualifying then from the group stages of the Europa League, or am I best just to sort of cut my losses and make a change now? And that feels like a very real decision that he's thinking about.
Do you think it's a crossroads at the moment where we're at?
Kind of. It feels like an important window this now, because of, I mean, that decision's huge, because it could be that if you stick with Ange Postecoglou, then what he says about seeing long term, and after a few games after the international break, there's a run of a few more winnable ones, and maybe if they do get the first, they might get a few, and then maybe they'll be okay, and then maybe we'll be able to see Forest go on a run. But equally, if it doesn't, then the chances in the Europa League could be damaged by then. Then if he does make a change later on in the year, people will be looking at it and saying, well, if you'd made the change early enough, you could have got someone in to turn this around and save this season. It's whether Evangelos Marinakis, and it's him who's going to make this decision ultimately, can see enough in the team and see the things that Ange Postecoglou says he can see, that he can think, yeah, in 3 months I can see this working. And he must have been able to, because that's why he appointed Ange Postecoglou in the first place.
Absolutely.
So can he still see that, or is the weight of pressure from supporters who were calling for his head the other night, is the weight of looking at the league table and looking at the Europa League table as well and thinking, and also who else he can bring in, and if there's somebody he believes he can bring in to change it. I mean, it's a massive call, but these calls are always massive calls, aren't they?
They really are.
And it's how it looks as well. Bringing a manager in and sacking him a month later doesn't look great for him or the club.
I don't think that bothers him, to be honest with you. He's done it before, and he's, it's not a case of, well, we can't afford to do it. He can afford to do it if he thinks it's a mistake. And that's the question he's got to ask himself. Is it a mistake? Have I asked too much? Have I asked... I want us to be more attacking minded, but have I asked too much of that?
Well, I think...
Because we're all going from one extreme. You're going from...
Yeah. He hasn't made the decision on a footballing decision, though, to get rid of Nuno, has he? Nuno's gone because he fell out with Edu and his relationship with Evangelos Marinakis went. So it's a non-footballing decision, that. And then he's sacked him, and then he's appointed the man, regardless of style, although I'm sure that will have played a part in it. But it's the man who won the Europa League last year, who has a track record of winning trophies. The statement that Forest released with the quotes from Evangelos Marinakis on the appointment of Ange Postecoglou mentioned trophies countless times. And it was about winning trophies. This is about taking the club onto the next level to win trophies. Ange Postecoglou's got a record of that. Well, what he's now seeing is 7 games in, no wins, and them conceding, averaging just over 2 goals a game.
Yeah.
And it's whether he thinks he can turn that round quickly enough, and whether he can take the supporters and the players on that journey. I think we've seen from today, if the players didn't want him in, I don't think we'd have seen that kind of performance today from them, would we?
I've never been involved, or I've never seen actually players down in tools on a manager, because that means your character is in question here if you are doing that. And I'm not questioning the character of the Forest players, not at all. In fact, they're irrelevant of who's in charge. They're doing it for themselves and for your fans, and if they're down tools, that's unforgivable. So I would never see a Forest player do that ever, or anybody, in my opinion. But it's there is certainly the players are working their socks off. There's no question about it. They're having a go. No one's thrown the towel in that sense. But it will definitely test a lot of the morale in the team and the confidence. What did we see a lot of in the dressing room last season? We were always having snippets of players with videos coming out. The joy, the togetherness in that dressing room was fantastic, wasn't it? It was great to see.
Yeah.
In that bubbliness that they had in the dressing room. And
but a lot of that was Anthony Elanga, who's gone, and Ola Aina, who's injured.
Yeah.
And they're missing that. And from a footballing point of view, Ange Postecoglou must be really missing Ola Aina, because if he wants to play high up the pitch as he does, Aina's perfect for that.
Yeah.
Because attacking wise, he's terrific, and he's got the pace to get back.
Yeah.
I mean, he's absolutely ideal for him. Missing him and Murillo, who again is a footballing centre half who can carry the ball forward in the way that Postecoglou would want, and he's got the pace and can recover and get back. The two players who would be so important and you think would thrive in an Ange Postecoglou way are two who are missing out at the moment, which is just more bad luck, isn't it, on his part?
It is, but but you can pull out lots of bad luck when people are on a bad run. We can name lots of different things, can't we? Yeah. That was unlucky. But there's too many unluckies at the moment, isn't there? That's it. But personally, I think he's got to stick with it. And there's got to be a time when I'm not sure we're at that crossroads yet. I know that the fans are calling. Newcastle fans just jump on the bandwagon of that, don't they? Because that's football, isn't it?
It was the Forest one against Midtjylland when the Forest fans were calling for it, which is the one that will turn Evangelos Marinakis' head and worry it.
That was the warning sign that will have hurt personally. Even if Ange just turns around and says, "I get it and it doesn't affect me, but I understand it." I think that's nonsense. You're a human being. You got feelings. And that will have hurt.
But one of we were talking a moment ago about how it wasn't a footballing decision to make this change, and that's a problem for Ange Postecoglou, isn't it? Because he's trying to take supporters on a journey that they don't want to go on, because they were happy on the journey they were on before. And so Nuno's been sacked because of, as we've discussed lots of times on this programme and over the last few weeks, because he'd clearly fallen out with Edu, and therefore that had affected his relationship with Evangelos Marinakis, and he didn't want to be here under those circumstances, and then results started going wrong, and then they've decided to just go their separate ways, and Evangelos Marinakis has made the decision to sack him and make a change. But the supporters were happy under Nuno, very happy with the way that last season had gone, of course, happy with the way that this season had started, with a good victory over Brentford and a decent draw away at Crystal Palace before the shambles of the West Ham game as well, of course. But then bringing in somebody else, pretty much whoever it was going to be unpopular from the start. So he's had to win them over from the start.
Yeah.
And I think he had done some, certainly those that we spoke to in Spain after the Real Betis performance, there were many who said, I'm on board with this. I can see where this is going. I'm on board with it. But 2 home defeats to Sunderland and Midtjylland that followed feel like they've been damaging. Today, a 2-0 defeat at Newcastle. In the course of a season, if you lose 2-0 at Newcastle one week, you wouldn't point at that and say that's a disaster.
No.
You know, that's just a 2-0 defeat at a good team who are better than the league table would have suggested before today, with only 1 Premier League win, but they're clearly better than that. A 2-0 defeat at Newcastle in isolation isn't a disaster, but it's just another one to add to it. But it's those 2 home defeats, isn't it, really? Forest fans waited a long time to get a home game. Ange Postecoglou waited a long time to get a home game. To then get them and lose them feels like that's the damaging bit. That period of a few days, those 2 games.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's no question that the fans have turned very quickly. After all, they were on the fun bus and they've been told to get off and go on another journey. But they were quite happy, as you said, on the journey with Nuno. But now that's not possible. We've got to be patient. Try and be patient, because to implement change, because we're not going to be playing the same. That's not Ange's way, is it?
He said when he first came in, I'm not asking the players to do anything they can't do. They're footballers. But it does feel like a big change, a fundamental change. And considering the little amount of time he's had in between matches, midweeks every week, to try and actually implement it and teach it.
Yeah. Well, it depends on how many coaching sessions in all have you actually had.
Yeah.
Not a lot, because there's so many games, isn't there?
Let's hear from him. Ange Postecoglou, the Forest head coach. 2-0 defeat here to Newcastle. Here he is on BBC Radio Nottingham with Colin Fray.
Well, Ange, commiserations. It's defeat, but what did you make of it?
Yeah, obviously disappointed with the defeat, goes without saying, but look, I thought for large parts the lads did a really good job. It's not an easy place to come, with the environment, the atmosphere, and I thought we handled it really well for the majority of the game. Again, big moments we've kind of missed the opportunity to capitalise on, which allows then the opposition always, particularly when they're at home, to build some momentum into their pressure, and unfortunately we just didn't take those big moments.
Yeah, for an hour you sort of frustrated them, didn't they? While having your own moments in the game as well, but you could tell they were being a bit frustrated.
Yeah, I thought we had good control of the game. They weren't creating much. We were dealing with the set piece threat pretty well at times, and but we had our moments going forward, and you got to capitalise on those. You can't. It's been the story of our, this sort of window we've had that. We just haven't really converted for the opportunities we created, and that's allowed football games to get away from us.
Have you had a chance to look at the Newcastle first goal again? Because there's a lot of question marks about whether or not it was a foul on Morgan Gibbs-White.
It's just the world we've created, mate, where referees won't make decisions. They'll let VAR, so, pick up the slack. It's not refereed here anymore. You can tell that they just don't have authority anymore, or much authority anymore. And so decisions like that will invariably sort of go the way of wherever the momentum shift is. And, there wasn't any way we were going to get that, in the current environment today.
Yeah. And I wonder if it's almost a sign of things. It kind of happens when the team is down.
Yeah, it does. That's sometimes you go through those spells, but you kind of hope that. Anyway, my experience over the long run, it does even itself out. We just got to keep sort of believing in what we're doing, and it'll turn around.
After that first goal, it did lead to a good spell for Newcastle, didn't it? Matt Sells needed to make some good saves.
Yeah, and we had a great opportunity, mate. We had an unbelievable opportunity to go 1-0. So, it depends the way you want to look at games. I'd kind of look at games and just, from my perspective, at 1-0, we had a great opportunity to go 1-0 and get some momentum in the game. And, when you don't, then you open up, and obviously the opposition then get opportunities. I think that's only natural because we're trying to get a goal.
I get the impression that I know it's defeat, and obviously everybody wants points. That's what football's about. But I get the impression you're quite positive tonight about potentially about the way forward, perhaps.
There's no reason not to be. I mean, I've hated this week with the whole woe is me aspect. Don't fear for me. I'm fine. I love a fight. I've said to you during the week, I could have been sitting on the couch. It's not what drives me. So we've got a bit of a fight in our hands. Big deal. People aren't convinced. Big deal. Let's just. I firmly believe that's why I took the role on. And what we can do, we can have success, and we will have success. And nothing I've seen in the last sort of 3.5 weeks changes my mind on that.
To continue the positive theme, Jair Cunha, a first Premier League start, first Premier League minutes for him today. How do you think he did?
Yeah, I thought he coped well. Him and Savona, they're both young guys, new to the Premier League, and Newcastle ask you some pretty difficult questions with their wingers and their front guys. So I thought both boys will come through that experience. Aren't many venues more difficult than up here, so thought both boys can acquitted themselves well.
Murillo on the bench today, is that an injury thing, or was it just a selection thing?
No, he's just not fit enough. We've seen that, but we got 2 weeks with him now. We've got to get him fit. It's going to be a good 2 weeks for us. We've got him, we've got Douglas Luiz, Shevchenko, a couple of the other boys who haven't played a lot. We can do some real work with them so that when we get on the other side of the break, we've got everyone ready to go.
And obviously, as you've touched on it already, lots of speculation about whether you'll have the 2 weeks to work with the squad. But assuming you do, important 2 weeks coming up.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, important.
Isn't it just for time with the squad?
Well, it is, but I don't work on the assumptions that 2 weeks doesn't exist. If people think that 2 week doesn't exist, well, there's nothing I can say to that. Okay.
Thanks for joining us, Andrew.
Ange Postecoglou speaking with Colin Fray, unhappy at the suggestion that maybe the idea that he might not be around for the next 2 weeks, but it has to be a very real possibility, doesn't it? 7 games, no win, and it's been talked about a lot over the last few days, and defeat today will mean that the speculation about his future, whether he likes it or not, is rife, isn't it, Brian Laws?
I don't like it at all. That it should be even in the air of a conversation after 3.5 weeks of a manager's tenure. I think it's wrong. I personally think it's wrong, but unfortunately that's the nature of the beast that we work in now. That whether it be social media, fans, they voice their opinions pretty quickly, and it turns what you think is a plan into a shredded plan, because you don't want to hear that. The players don't want to hear that, because they've got work to do. But it will start putting threads of doubt in your mind. Hence the reason why that conversations have come out, and then obviously the owner speculation is rife. That's because of the outbursts that we have after 3.5 weeks of his managerial career.
What did you make of what he said there? So people aren't convinced. Big deal. He said, "I love a fight." He wants it to be very clear that he's not really bothered about the detractors. What do you make of that?
I think we'll all agree that, listen, you've got to mask it in a way that he's not going to turn around and say, yeah, it's affecting me and blah blah blah. He has to put a front on it, I'm afraid, and he has to do that for the sake of his players, and to show that it's not affecting me, and I'll get on with it, and I'll work extremely hard to try and rectify it and get it and put it right, irrelevant of the noise, and I'll try and block the noise out. And that's what he's really trying to say. But deep down, he'll still be hurting. Like I said, it's human nature. He'll go out, and he'll have his moments. So he'll be disappointed to hear stuff like that, for sure. We all would.
Yeah. Colin Fray is back up at the commentary position with us on BBC Radio Nottingham after his conversation that you just heard there with an unhappy sounding Ange Postecoglou, as you can understand. 7 games now without a win. Some fighting talk in there, but also pretty unhappy at the very suggestion, Colin, that he might not be here for the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I think he was in what's the word? Pugnacious. That's the word, isn't it? Pugnacious kind of mood. He was ready to.
Hang on, let me just Google that. Find out what that means.
Yeah, it might be completely the wrong word. He was ready to spar with anybody who wants to be sparred with. Yeah. I think
that's what it means. Yeah.
I thought that's what it meant. Yeah. And you know, I think there's nothing wrong really with how he's come out post-match today. I think he's been criticised left, right and centre for everything he does just at the moment by the large majority of the Forest fan base. But one of the things he was criticised for after the game against Midtjylland was kind of like his demeanour, if you like, post-match, and you know the way he just sort of he seemed very down post-match. Now, of course he was down. They'd just lost at home in the Europa League. Of course he was going to be down. Today he's down as well, but he's kind of come out fighting a little bit, and you know that kind of, well, if it's a fight, then fine. I'm here for a fight. You know, let's start fighting. And as he said, if we are in a fight, then that's fine. I'm all right with a fight. So kind of bring it on, if you like. I guess he's sort of, you know, he's perhaps given a little bit back. You know, he's taken a few punches this week, and he's, as I say, he's come out fighting a little bit, albeit on the back of another defeat here, but also on the back of a performance where, under normal circumstances, even though it's a defeat, obviously, I think a manager would look at the performance and say, you know what, that was better. That was a bit more solid. That was a bit more of a unit. That was a bit more cohesive, if you like. They've lost the game at the end of the day. A lot of teams will come here this season and lose to Newcastle. So it wasn't a particularly easy game to judge on. And obviously at the moment you're not going to be thinking positive about losing 2-0 away from home again with, you know, another blank, another week without a win.
I think, Colin,
performance wise, I think he can take something from it, and I think that's, so he's kind of come out fighting a little bit on the back of that, I think.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's generally the manner of the defeat that gets it.
Yeah,
it causes the problem. But there wasn't a manner of the defeat where you go, wow, we've got a problem here. There was two incidences that turned the game, and one was obviously was it a free kick? Was it Gibbs White, or was that just unlucky?
And he obviously thinks it was a free kick.
Yeah.
So he's feeling a bit hard done by that decision.
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do about that. And of course, Tonali's finish, you know, left us no choice whatsoever. And the second one was a penalty. You know, Anderson's has an impeccable touch, just goes away from him. He doesn't see Bruno. He doesn't see him, and he was just leaning, and then he sees him come really late, and he's lunged, and it was a penalty. There's no question about that. But then after that, there's no recovery, is there?
But if it's 0-0 at that point, I think this was, Ange mentioned this in his post-match as well. If it's 0-0 at that point, then maybe the game is different, and so therefore it's not quite so stretched. So Forest is still more of a unit, and therefore that situation might not happen that leads to the penalty. That's ifs and buts and maybes, isn't it, by that stage? But I mean, clearly you go back to the game changing on the basis of the first goal, and he thinks that shouldn't have been given.
He might now have 2 weeks to work with his players before a home game against Chelsea. I'm wondering if this is a good thing or a bad thing, because actually he's not going to get to work with all of them. In fact, he's not going to get to work with many of them who will be relying on in that game against Chelsea. So is this break, they've not been getting results, so is it good to have a break anyway, or is this a nightmare because he's not going to get to work with enough of his players that he needs to, and they'll be back kind of back end of the second week ahead of a lunchtime kick-off on the Saturday against Chelsea? Is this international break going to do him any good?
Well, sometimes, you know, when you're on a run of results, as in positive results, do you want an international break? Not a chance. You want to keep the momentum going, and because you're winning games, and you want the next one to come next quickly, and because you've got a momentum going. But on the other hand, when things are like this, where we are struggling to find a win, and the players have gone through a period now of 7 games and not winning, mentally, this might be a good time to have a break, to give them, let's recharge, let's reflect, let's look back, and then let's kick on again. So when we come back, fresh start, let's start again, and hopefully with a bit more emphasis and try and get a win under our belts. It might be a blessing in disguise.
Yeah.
Also.
Brian Law's with us on BBC Radio Nottingham. 4:33 defeat for Forest here at Newcastle. Here are the highlights.
And here come Newcastle again with Anthony Gordon on his right foot cutting in. Lays it across to the right now for Trippier. Low ball, and Joe Linton, first time side foot hit, is straight at the goalkeeper. And Sells is able to make the save. It's the first effort on goal for either side. It comes 10 minutes in, it remains 0-0. And Morgan Gibbs-White stands over the free kick. And Morgan Gibbs-White chips it, and Nick Pope has to punch it away. It's on target from Gibbs-White. Savona tucks it backwards for Jaya Cunha, and he sends it back to halfway for Milenkovic. Milenkovic chips it away towards the left-hand side. He's looking for Williams. He chests it down towards Ndoye, who's just caught Bruno Guimaraes inside the Newcastle penalty area, and it'll be a free kick for Newcastle. 20 minutes played, Forest with an effort on target. And in towards Gordon, who's held up. Voltemada holds it up and feeds it back to Joe Linton. His shot is blocked, comes out for Tonali to drive from a corner of the penalty area, and Yates and Bruno Guimaraes just have a little bit of a coming together, chest to chest. Nikola Milenkovic wants a piece of Bruno Guimaraes as well. Now Anthony Gordon down the left-hand side, taking on Savona, fires over the cross, 6 yards out, and it's spun right into the path of Voltemada.
How was he saved that?
And that's a save, I think, from Matt Sells. Joe Linton from Chow. Chow now for Tonali down the right-hand side. Tonali with a little dinked cross through the penalty area, across the edge of the penalty area, and Savona with time to get it clear to Gibbs-White. Gibbs-White, he's clattered. He's absolutely clattered, Gibbs-White. And now it's Bruno Guimaraes to shoot, and that's in. And VAR will have to look at that to see if there was a foul on Gibbs-White, which freed up the ball. Bruno Guimaraes from 25 yards, maybe a little bit less.
Surely VAR's going to look at that. They'll look at that build-up, I'm sure.
Dan Burn carried it forward, and then Bruno Guimaraes chipped it into the net from just the top of the D, and the goal's been given. But it's a very, very quick look from VAR. But Bruno Guimaraes has given Newcastle the lead. Yates ball backwards towards Jaya Cunha, who crosses towards Chris.
Oh my word!
Goal, but he's kind of miskicked it. Still not clear yet. Savona has to leave that because he'd have been offside. He does leave it, and then the flag goes up anyway. It's well won by Williams, and then Wood lays it off nicely from Morato's through ball to Ndoye wide left. Ndoye's cross. Yates with the header from about 16 yards out is straight at Nick Pope, and it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. And then a long ball forward finds Tonali, and a great save. Long ball over the top from Trippier. Tonali running onto it to volley it towards goal, side foot, just to steer it towards goal, and he thought over Matt Sells, and Sells jumped high to tip it over his crossbar. Here comes the corner from the right-hand side, nodded down, loose inside the penalty area. Voltemada's hit the underside of the bar, still loose, and now Forest can take it away from the penalty area with Omari Hutchinson running away with it. Voltemada close to a second goal. Now Anderson is bundled into yet another foul by Bruno Guimaraes. Now that's well done by Callum Hudson-Odoi. Skipped away from Kieran Trippier, and he's away down the left-hand side. Now what can he do with the ball? Into the penalty area he goes, still going, takes his man on the outside, and then hits a shot near post, which is saved but not held, and Joel Linton heads it away, out for a throw on the far side. Gibbs-White pings a ball out to Bakwa down the right-hand side, into the penalty area he goes, stabs it back for Gibbs-White, who hits a shot from the edge of the box but over the crossbar. And out for a goal kick. And it remains 1-0 to Newcastle. Forest best moments for some time. Here's Jacob Murphy crossing, back post, and a great save again from Sells to deny Malik Chow this time. Point blank range, Chow running onto the cross and just steering it towards goal. And again it's saved, and this is forward towards Harvey Barnes, who is inside left channel and saved again by Sells, and it hasn't even gone out for a corner. Byrne chips one down the left wing again. Voltemada going across to battle with Milenkovic. Milenkovic takes it away from him, gives it to Elliot Anderson. Oh dear, Anderson has slid in on Bruno Guimaraes, having lost control of the ball.
Let's give a penalty.
And that's a penalty to Newcastle. And of all people, It's Elliot Anderson. Voltemada stands hands on hips, now moves up and strikes the ball right-footed and chips it towards the top corner. And he has scored a fourth goal for Newcastle and a second goal of the afternoon. It's Newcastle 2, Forest 0. Newcastle clear. Bruno Guimaraes held up by Gibbs-White. Williams then with a challenge. Referee waves play on as Williams goes down. Jacob Murphy takes on two of them and gets through two of them, and then takes on Jair Cunha as well and shoots straight at Matt Sells. One of the more comfortable saves that Matt Sells has made all afternoon, but it ends in defeat for Forest at St James's Park.
Yep, another defeat for Forest. It's been a terrible week for them, really, with that defeat at home to Sunderland and then defeat at home to Midtjylland and then a 2-0 defeat here. Colin Fray, Brian Laws and I were mentioning earlier Morgan Gibbs-White pulling over the players, including Callum Hudson-Odoi, who'd already been over to applaud the away fans, but he called him back for a show of unity to walk over to the Forest supporters away to that end, to pull everyone together. As the man wearing the captain's armband at the end of the game, that felt very significant, that he wanted a show of everyone together. We're here together, we're not disparate, we're one. That felt significant on his part.
Yes, I know what you mean. I think Dylan Backwell was also heading off towards the tunnel, wasn't he? And that's, as
it's
you
nothing
say,
against them, by the way.
Not to say that they hadn't done their bit already. Yeah. They were definitely called back so that they could go and stand on the kind of edge of the penalty area, really, all in a line, and just applaud the fans for their efforts. But you're right, it was a bit of a show of unity. I thought within the game they looked more of a unit today, if we're going to use that word. I thought they seemed, and this may be. This may be disparaging towards them in previous games. I don't know. I might have read it wrong, but they almost seemed more together today than perhaps they have done in some performances. As I say, that's only from the naked eye, and who knows what the actual situation is in the dressing room. We certainly don't. But I thought, just in terms of today, I thought they were, for the most part, they were strong and they were resolute with a brand new defender in at the back. Who I thought did very well on his Premier League debut, especially here, and I thought Morato had a largely very good game today. Made one or two errors in the second half and had to really atone for one of them with a fantastic block after he'd presented a very good chance to Newcastle. So Voltemada, I think it was. So I thought they looked together today. I thought they looked pretty unified. And that at the end was a good thing to see from Morgan Gibbs-White pulling them all together at the end.
Yeah, it felt significant, I guess, because of the pressure that the head coach is under. Do you think there was something deliberate in there to want to say to the supporters, we see you, we see the support that you're giving us, and we are all together? Did it feel significant to that extent?
Possibly. I mean, Morgan Gibbs-White's already taught very well, hasn't he? Just before the Midtjylland game, he was doing media duties and spoke very well about Ange Postecoglou and about the effect he's had, and the ideas that he's bringing in, and the fact that they're adapting to them. So I think he's been very positive about Ange Postecoglou and about the kind of team and the squad being behind him as well. Maybe it was another sign of that. I think probably just largely, I suspect, what was uppermost in his mind was to say thank you to those fans. They've been it's a long way to come up here and then to get home again afterwards, and they're a long way up. They don't have the best of views here, and they supported them throughout. They applauded them off at the end as well, despite another defeat. So
they saw what we were saying today. They saw a spirited effort today.
They saw a spirited effort. They're with the players. And they have been at the City Ground as well. To be fair, they're with the players, and even Ange Postecoglou said that after the Midtjylland night that okay, they can say what they like about me, but they're behind the players, and that's the main thing. And I think that's Morgan Gibbs-White and the squad saying thank you for that, because it's a tough moment at the moment. Undoubtedly, it's a really difficult moment for the club and the players. It's one they didn't have really last season, but you always say, don't you, that it's when you need to be at your best is to dig yourself out of trouble when you're in a difficult position.
18 minutes to 5 on BBC Radio Nottingham. David Jackson here. A win for Forest women today. You might know they were promoted to the second tier last season, and a big win over Portsmouth today, 4-1. You can hear from their head coach Carly Davies now with BBC Radio Nottingham's Amy Sharp.
Carly, it was a 4-1 win here today at the City Ground. First win, home win of the WSL2. What did you make of the game?
I thought we started slow, which was disappointing when it was one of the key things that we talked about before the game. I thought we looked a little bit lethargic. We were off the press. We were sloppy with the ball. And when you do that in games in this league, you'll get punished, which is what's happened to us when we've played at home. So I was really frustrated and disappointed with that. But then the response afterwards, I think we settled into the game. We were probing a little bit more. We obviously had a few words at half time that we expect more and we demand more in a Nottingham Forest shirt, and what a brilliant response from the girls. I think when we come out in the second half, as we've seen in every game, to be honest, we dominate teams in the second half, and some of their play was brilliant, some of the play was exceptional. We got the balls in the pockets, little combinations around the box. Probably should have scored a few more goals. We had a few real clear cut chances that I think we'll be disappointed when we review them, but then in the other side of that is some of the goals that we then scored were excellent. Holly Holding's goal, Shani's goal, wonderful finishes from them, and just delighted for the team to get the 3 points.
3 points today, and you did say you wanted to gain momentum early on in the game. How did that Portsmouth goal in the first half change the game for you?
I think it just kick-started us, but that shouldn't be the case. We shouldn't have to concede a goal and go behind before we start with any intent, and I think that's the frustration from me at the moment is we speak about it, it's an important part of how we play, and it's something that we need to rectify, and we need to rectify quickly. But what I will say about this group is that they respond really positively. And how many games have we gone behind now and then showed a really positive response? And I know a couple of games we didn't get the result when really we look at the chances we should have, or we should have got something from the game. But then today we've showed a ruthless edge to us, which is something as well that we've spoke about, is we're dominating teams, we're creating chances, but we're not capitalising on that. So to score 4 goals is brilliant. Obviously second half, especially when we probably could have had 1 or 2 more as well. So we need to take that now. We need to take the learnings from first half performances, and we need to rectify that quickly. But ultimately it's 3 points on the board, and I think it finishes us this weekend in third spot, which is a really great achievement for all involved.
And you did respond in the second half. You did get the goal in. So how did that change the momentum of the game, and did you think it was coming?
I think we were already on top of the game. I think even as the second half finished, we were on top of the game. I think you've seen them tire. They were collapsing deeper and deeper, and we were getting more of the ball in the areas that we want to, which is in front of the goal and in the half spaces where we can get our really creative players on the ball. And then it was just a matter of time. And I think once the first one went in, we knew we were going to get the second one, and then obviously the third and fourth followed. So just delighted for everybody involved, the finishers coming off the bench and their impact in the game again. And yeah, like I say, just 3 points on the board and another step in the right direction.
It is a step in the right direction with 3 points. Why do you think you couldn't capitalise on the chance? Because the game was absolutely full of chances for Forest in a well-deserved 4-1 win. Why do you think you couldn't capitalise on more of them?
I think it's just we just need to relax in those moments. I think sometimes a little bit of excitement. There's some great build-up play to creating those chances, and then we're just not ruthless enough. I think we're trying to break the back of the net when actually it just needs a composed slide finish, or just slotting it to bottom corners. I just think at the minute we're getting overexcited in those moments, and sometimes then that skews your decision making. But it's something that we're working on, particularly with the forwards, of course. But the fact that we're getting into those areas and we're creating those chances is the most important thing. And the goals will come, like they have done today. We have some very good players in our front line, and the more that we're working together and the more we're creating those chances, the more you'll see us score. So it's something that we know we need to continue to build on. But if we were standing here having not created anything, I would be more concerned in that respect.
And is that how you're going to take the 3 points today into the next game?
Oh, well, listen, it's momentum. It's 3 points on the board, so it's going to be a really difficult test away to Durham next week. It's probably one of the most difficult places to go to in this league away from home. It's an AstroTurf pitch. It's tight. They know how to play their pitch really, really well. It's going to be a different type of game that's going to require a different side of us, I think. So we'll prepare for that this week and make sure that, we rectify the first half performances, because we have to, especially going to somewhere like Durham.
Brilliant, thank you, and you go and enjoy your win.
Thank you.
I think she will. Carly Davis, the Forest women head coach, speaking there to Amy Sharp for BBC Radio Nottingham this afternoon. 4-1 win over Portsmouth at the City Ground. Now, great day for Victoria Levitt in Delhi at the World Para Athletics Championships. You might remember she won gold in the 100 metres, the T44 category of the 100 metres the other day. She's works 2 jobs to support her athletics career, including a job at Tesco in Mansfield, and now she's won a silver medal as well in the T44 200 metres and has been speaking to Jamie Broughton.
You sat down. I'm not surprised the effort you put into these championships. Tell us about the race and obviously the performance.
Honestly, that was probably one of the best 200s I've ever run. I kind of said at the start line when I was just standing behind the blocks, just throw everything at it, leave nothing behind, and then you've got nothing to be ashamed of. And that's exactly what I did. I came into the bend and I just was like, right, I want to lead as I come out of it, and I did that. And then the last 50 metres, I just kind of said to myself, just relax, just keep it relaxed and keep going. And again, I did that. So yeah, absolutely just over the moon with that run.
Yeah, I mean, just sum up as well the medal success you've had here, because you came in, you're barely a year into your athletics career, but you've done it on the world stage.
Yeah, I know, it's absolutely crazy. I think if you would have told me at the start of this that I'd be walking away with medals, I probably would have laughed at you. To have two amazing runs, which is going to build a great kind of framework for next season, and also to come away with medals is it's a dream come true. Like, there's no other explanation for it.
And also as well, there's been a lot of interest back home, hasn't there, in your career, in the different jobs you do as well.
Yeah.
You're in the media spotlight now with those performances.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the plan, I've got to be honest, but I mean, it's one of those things. But what I will say is, Vicky as a worker, Vicky who works in Tesco, is the Vicky you see on the track. I am 100% my authentic self when I run, and if I didn't work at Tesco, I wouldn't be me. If I didn't run track, I wouldn't be me. So whenever you see me, that's who you see, just that completely authentic Vicky Levitt.
There'll be lots of headlines about gold medal in the bagging area, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy. But like I say, it's just a dream come true.
Well done. It's been great watching.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Victoria Levitt from Mansfield. That's a gold and a silver. She's won at the World Para Athletics Championships. In the football yesterday, a good draw for Mansfield away at Reading. They had led early through Tyler Roberts, drew 1-1. Afterwards, the manager Nigel Clough spoke with Dave Bracegirdle.
Nigel, I would imagine that feels like 2 points dropped.
Yes, we should have got 3 points today. We should have either kept the clean sheet, or we should have gone on and got a second goal in the second half with the situations and chances that we had.
Dream start, lovely work down the left by Rhys Oates, and a lovely finish.
Yeah, there's not many. I said to turn around to Dom Dry on the bench, said probably only you and him could finish that. To be on the move and just a little deft touch over the goalkeeper, 2 in 2 for him, showed his quality again.
Strange end to the first half. They missed what can only go down as a sitter, then a brilliant save from your keeper from the free kick, and then I think the crossbar's still rattling at the other end.
We're half an inch from less than that from going in 2-0 up. Excuse me. But Oates, he looked a little bit off it today and he got caught, played through him on the inside, and the lad has to score. That was one we certainly got away with. But apart from that, good save from the free kick for Liam. He's not had an awful lot to do today.
The Mariah Welsh one, it was almost ironic in the week where you were talking about the referees being connected to goal line technology. Yep. I don't think it crossed the line.
No, we don't know. It would have been nice to have it confirmed, but we don't think it did. We thought the referee was very good today.
Half time 1 up, and to be perfectly honest, the first 15 minutes you could have been out of sight.
That was it. I just said I wanted to be better. I didn't think we played that well in the first half. I just wanted to be better in the second half, and I thought for the first 10 or 15 minutes we certainly were. And as I say, the situations that we had and chances, you had to just finish one of them, and I think that would have been enough.
Steady injection of fresh legs all the way through. Yeah. Bar McLaughlin, was he injured?
Yes, he got a whack on the far side there, so we had to make that one. And the others, to be fair, Oates is cramping up, Will was cramping up. It's been a pretty intense first couple of months of the season, with lots of games. That's why we're pleased about the break now. And there's a few lads feeling it today. I thought James McDonald really felt it physically. Today it's catching up with him.
And as somebody once said, 1-0's always a dangerous scoreline.
Oh, definitely, and it's just the quality. That's all it was. Nathan should have done a bit better on the touchline, not gone on slid in. But then it's a good layoff, and Liam's a bit disappointed. I think it just sneaked through somebody's legs and crept into the corner. But I thought we were pretty comfortable up to that point.
And even then, you looked to be the side. I mean, Dickov added something down the left.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you get the fresh legs on with Joe and Max, and we looked a real threat again. And then if you can just get some quality into the box for Dom, you know he can finish.
Not you. Going back to 1931, Stags have never won away at Reading. I'm guessing the team, the club, will never have a better chance.
No, that was a great chance to do that today. We've had a rough time against them. We have over the last few years, actually. Every club we've been to, either Derby, Burton and everything, I don't think we've got much off them. And it was a great opportunity to break that today.
I can remember a month ago you were pretty unhappy that you weren't going to get an international break. You've got one this time.
Yeah, I think the lads are ready for it, and it gives the injured lads, the 6 or 7 that are out today, a little bit more of a chance to get ready, a bit close to fitness. We've got the Newcastle game in 10 days, which will be good. I'm not sure how many we'll get back for then, we'll see. But I think the break has come at a good time for us.
Next league game's a fortnight. Luton, are you hoping that there might be 1 or 2 more of the so-called longer term ones out?
Yeah, we're hoping so. Just purely depends. They'll obviously still be in, and most of them, and doing the work and the rehab and everything. Jordan Barry wasn't far off today. He should be available. Not sure about the others yet.
I think it's 5 weeks since Regan Hendry. I think you told me 6 weeks-ish.
Yeah, he's coming on. He's just started a little bit of work back on the grass, which is a good sign. But yeah, not quite sure how soon he'll be back.
Unlucky today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Nigel Clough, Mansfield manager, speaking with Dave Bracegirdle on BBC Radio Nottingham. So a draw for Mansfield, a win for Notts County in League 2 at home against Oldham. They beat them 3-1, going well at home. 5 wins and a draw out their last 6 matches there. Got started with an early own goal. Tyrese Hall then with his 4th goal of the season on loan from Spurs, and then he turned provider for Alassana Jatta, who got the 3rd in a 3-1 victory. You can hear from Jatta now. He spoke after the game with Adam Hassel.
AJ, good to see you. Back in the team, back in the goals. How was that today?
It's a really, really good feeling. I've been out for a while and tried to get my match fitness on the go, but it's really, really good to have been in the pitch and helped the team.
That first goal, that is your goal, isn't it?
Of course, I was just lucky, but it is what it is. I will just take it all day.
The second goal as well. How important was that with the timing of it just after half time to make it 3-0 at the time? Just how important was that?
Because like you said, it's really, really important, and the gaffer was really pushing us to go and kill them, because that goal really actually make them feel like they actually lost it, but we conceded after like 2 or 3 minutes afterwards. But it's really, really important. We just killed the game on that goal.
Your goal's coming so close to the start of each half. Just how do you make it so that you just come out flying at the start of a half?
Of course, it's something that I always look up to games, because you can't let defenders be really, really comfortable, so you need to get the better of them on the goal.
Your celebration as well, that seems to be a trademark now, going and sitting on the advertising board. Talk us through that.
Yeah, of course, there are a lot of guys over there that I actually really like, so I actually feel like they're part of me, so I also have to make them feel like they're part of it, because they're actually in back of us, like they're number 12 of this team, so they're really, really important.
Do you like it when you see the photo of that celebration going around on social media in the coming days?
Yeah, it's iconic, and I will also do it. I will always do it all day.
So what's it like when you got 3 goals now? It must be frustrating at the start of the season having to sort of sit out through suspension and injury. Do you feel like you're sort of flying now?
Yeah, it's really, really frustrating as a player, because you want to play every game and keep helping the team. But when I was on the sidelines, we got so many players helping the team, especially Matthew Dennis, who's really, really brilliant. So, and he's having some issues with his hamstrings. So if he's really, really fit, it's going to be chaos here.
What's he like playing either with him or with him being here, because he's started the season so well that you must feel like there's competition up there?
Of course, I would like to have him in the pitch all day. It's gonna be like I will have a little bit break as well, because I would be the only one they have to look up to. So it's really, really nice to have like a killer beside you. So that's really nice.
What's it like being at Notts at the minute? Obviously a new manager compared to last season, a different way of working. He's very intense is what we hear a lot of people say.
Yeah, of course it's really, really intense, but as a player the only thing you have to do is just kind of adapt as quick as possible. So that's what I try to do.
Just how happy are you being here at Notts now? There was lots of talk in the summer, but you're here, you're playing well, you're scoring goals. How happy are you to be here?
Of course I'm really, really happy, as you know, there are some options And as a player, whatever happens, you just have to make sure where you at, you put your heart and everything. So I always put my 100% in this club and see what happens.
Having missed the start of the season, you're sort of playing catch up a little bit with goals, because by the time you were playing again, Matthew Dennis had already got 6. Do you feel like you've got a bit of a competition to see who can score the most?
That's not my main objective. My main objective is to help the team. And at the end of the season, whoever gets the golden boot, it is what it is. But we will try to push each other to the limit.
What was it like being at Meadow Lane here today? A big crowd. It felt like a really good game of football. What was all that like to be a part of?
It's a really, really good feeling to play outside there. I knew you actually enjoyed the game, so we really enjoyed it as well.
Well done today.
Thank you very much.
Alassana Jatta speaking with Adam Hassel on BBC Radio Nottingham after he got a goal yesterday in that 3-1 win over Oldham. No game for Notts next week, no game for Mansfield either. International break, and both of those having their games called off, and no match for Forest. They go into this international break after a run of 9 games without a win, 7 of them under the new head coach Ange Postecoglou. The latest here at St James's Park today, losing 2-0 to Newcastle.
Gibbs White, he's clattered. He's absolutely clattered Gibbs White. And now it's Bruno Guimaraes to shoot, and that's in. And VAR will have to look at that to see if there was a foul on Gibbs White, which freed up the ball. Byrne chips one down the left wing again. Voltemada going across to battle with Milenkovic. Milenkovic takes it away from him, gives it to Elliot Anderson. Oh dear, Anderson has slid in on Bruno Guimaraes, having lost control of the ball.
Let's give a penalty.
And that's a penalty to Newcastle. Voltemada stands hands on hips, now moves up and strikes the ball right-footed and chips it towards the top corner. And he has scored a 4th goal for Newcastle and a 2nd goal of the afternoon. It's Newcastle 2, Forest 0.
If you missed the interview with the pugnacious Ange Postecoglou, you can still find that on BBC Sound. So no game for Forest next week. We will bring you a Shut Up and Show More Football podcast, though. You can find that on BBC Sound. Just search for Nottingham Forest on there. We'll be back with Match Day in a couple of weeks. There's In the Game every weeknight from 6 till 7 on BBC Radio Nottingham. And on this Sunday afternoon, we'll link up with the Make a Difference Awards next.
BBC News at 5 o'clock. This is Nikki Cardwell. The Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood has written to Chief Constables in England and Wales, alerting them to new powers which will allow them to restrict repeated protests. The measures are a response to frequent pro-Palestinian demonstrations, including an event in London yesterday where almost 500 people were arrested. Speaking on Sunday with Laura Koonsberg, Shabana Mahmood said she was worried about community relations in the UK. She said the new rules wouldn't prevent peaceful protests, but would protect the rights of vulnerable communities.
It's always a balance, and I'm recognising that I think that balance has been not necessarily in the right place. I want to have more consistency of police practice when it comes to the conditions they put on these protests, and I have recognised that there is a gap in the law here. There is an inconsistency of practice, and that is why I want to make it absolutely explicit that cumulative disruption is a relevant factor for the police to take into account.
The Conservative leader Kemi Badenoch has accused both Labour and Reform UK of sowing division. In a speech welcoming delegates to the party's conference in Manchester, she said the two parties were trying to separate the country into tribes and labels. President Trump says it will soon be clear whether Hamas is genuinely committed to peace. Speaking to CNN, the US president said the group would face complete obliteration if it refused to give up control of Gaza. Talks on the US peace plan will take place in Egypt tomorrow. Tal Schneider is a political correspondent for the Times of Israel newspaper. She says that Benjamin Netanyahu is likely to claim that the deal is a victory.
He hasn't been accurate on many issues and many fronts for so many years. So the Israeli people know that being trustworthy is not his strongest characteristic, I would say. He's always doing things in a political way, whether those are security issues, it turns them around, spinning them around. He's a master of that.
Efforts are underway to rescue nearly 1,000 people trapped on the eastern side of Mount Everest by a snowstorm. Chinese state media says hundreds of people have been sent to the area, which is at an altitude of 16,000 feet. Our China correspondent Laura Bicker reports.
There have been 2 days of heavy snow on the eastern slopes of Mount Everest in Tibet, which is an area popular with climbers and hikers. The blizzards have blocked roads, trapping almost 1,000 people in campsites, according to Chinese state media. The report added that Tibet's Blue Sky Rescue Team had received a call for help and claimed that tents had collapsed due to heavy snow and that some of the hikers were already suffering from hypothermia.
Formula One and the Singapore Grand Prix has been won by Britain's George Russell driving a Mercedes. Max Verstappen was second, with Lando Norris third. The McLaren team secured the Constructors' title for the second year in a row. A quick look at the weather. Outbreaks of rain developing in Scotland, cloudy with light rain for other northern areas, dry and clear everywhere else. BBC News, it's 3 minutes past 5.
Thank you very much. Let's get the travel now with James.
Thanks, Gabby. It'll start with the M6 in Cumbria. Still lane restrictions between junctions 44 Carlisle North and 45 Gretna Green. 2 lanes are closed northbound, say highways, and 1 lane's closed southbound whilst those emergency barrier repairs continue. Onto the West Yorkshire stretch of the M62. Now eastbound is down to 1 lane between junctions 24 Enley Top and 25 Brickhouse for recovery of 3 cars involved in a collision earlier. The A1 in Lincolnshire blocks southbound with a serious crash involving a car and a lorry. It's between Grantham South and the eastern turn-off. Queues start at the Melton Mowbray turn. The M5 fully open now at the Avonmouth Bridge just west of Bristol. There was an overturned car on the bridge earlier on the southbound carriageway. Still queues though have yet to ease looking at the cameras. M23 in West Sussex, that shuts southbound until early tomorrow morning from 10 to 11. That's Crawley to Peace Pottage for the weekend works. Queues start at junction 9 Gatwick Airport, and the northbound A12 in Essex is closed for weekend works at junction 15 3 Mile Hill. Again, those works until early tomorrow. Moving on to the trains, and in Cheshire, we're just being told no Merseyrail service between Chester and Hooton because of an incident on the line. Cumbria and Northern Rail in Cumbria replaced by buses Barrow and Furness to Corkicle because of the electrical supply problems, and Great Northern in London can't run Finsbury Park to Moorgate because of a trespasser on the tracks. James Worley, BBC Local.
Since I started, I have raised just over £380,000 and around £1.5 million in awareness.
I just love doing it, and when I'm counting the money at the end of the day, it just gives me that boost.
Hi, I'm Kylie Minogue. Thank you for making a difference.
The Make a Difference Show
with Gabby Roslin.